I would like to welcome everybody on the platform this morning. A special word of welcome to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, the DG, the CEOs, the chairpersons of the water boards, all the officials of the water boards, and then all our guests on the platform as well. You're more than welcome, and hope we will have a fruitful meeting with the three presentations of uMngeni, Amatola, and Rand Water. May I ask that we now observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Apologies, Nosipu. I received the apology of the Deputy Minister, Minister Mthlobo, and I also received an apology by the Minister that needs to leave early to attend a cabinet meeting. Any other apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. That is all.
Thank you for that. Honorable Reddy, I see your hand is up.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and morning, Honorable colleagues and the Minister. I just want to have a rising time, if possible, that this meeting does not go past 12 o'clock, because many of us need to take the transport to Parliament for the 2 o'clock sitting, if that would be possible.
100%. It depends on how many questions you will ask, Honourable Member. That could also delay the time going past. Not to say that we should not ask any questions. I would also like to plead with the officials to be short and sweet when they answer those questions. Honourable Kobe, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you and to everybody else on the platform. Chair, I've got a concern. If we're going to end at 12 and we're receiving 3 presentations, I don't see that being feasible. Previously, we've been receiving 2, an average of 2 presentations, and we've went well over the time of 12 o'clock. So I don't know, Chair, I've got a concern in terms of the limitation that we have to engage the reports and to effectively just have a meeting that is effective, that will get the most out of these 3 water boards. And Chair, may I say that we've got the 2 out of 3 are very critical water boards. Rand Water and uMngeni have a lot of issues. And this is also outside of the report. And I mean, if we don't have time to ventilate these issues, Chair, I'm afraid we as a portfolio committee fall short of being effective. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let's not debate this. We'll see how far we go, and there's no way that we will have a shortcut. The Honourable Member just made a recommendation. It is not cast in stone. So let's not waste further time and ask the Minister to start with the presentation. Thank you, Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you very much. Good morning to honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, DM Sihlulo, DM Mahlobo in absentia, the DG and the leadership and the officials from the water boards. Thank you very much for this meeting, Chair. Honourable Chair, because of the fact that there are 3 presentations that we are getting today, I'll be as short as possible. The 3 water boards that we are meeting today, Chair, all 3 received unqualified report from the Auditor General. This is the Rand Water, uMngeni, as well as Amatola. With Rand Water, Chair, they've demonstrated a very strong operational stability throughout the year, delivering water supply. As you might be aware, Chair, that the major milestone included the commissioning of the Zeke Bosch Station 5A, one of the largest post-democracy water purification installation, and is a very significant pipeline, which is the biggest and the first of its kind in the entire continent. But it is also important that I mention that in January we had an unprecedented incident that happened at the Zerke-Bosch, where there was an explosion there, which was attended to within 48 hours. It was just unfortunate because Rand Water is very consistent in terms of their maintenance. In terms of financial status, Rand Water remained very resilient, generating income, managing costs effectively, despite the fact that it is also owned by various municipalities, which they are giving services in terms of the bulk water supply. But looking ahead, Rand Water is advancing a multi-billion rand capital program. They are reaching out to countries like Zanzibar, where they are going to be an agent on services concession, but also they've played a role in Mfuleni. Whilst we hope that the situation in Mfuleni soon will change. Chairperson, under the leadership of the board and the executive management of uMngeni Uthukela, as I said, they've also received unqualified report, but they are delivering a strong overall performance for the year, notwithstanding the challenges where some of the areas which they are servicing, there's water rationing because of the systematic challenges in the water pipelines. So that at times it reflects a bad on them as if they are not supplying water. But financially, the organization remained sustainable, recording a very strong revenue. They are old, but it's not that bad. They are able to negotiate with those who are owing them. The last one, Chair and honorable members, is Amatola Water, which has also received unqualified report. You'll remember, Chair, that we have since repositioned Amatola, but Amatola has been very much unstable for many years, in and out of courts, but now we've stabilized. For the past 16 months, I must say, when we removed some of the people who were problematic, the institution became stable. Even now, we have a new board that I inducted in January. We have a new board altogether. We met with the employees in Amatola. We had to read the Riot Act, because some of the employees were involved in terms of conniving outside the institution, where valves will be closed, people won't have water. And we told them that should they repeat that will be an act of sabotage. And we had a very destructive union there, led by the leadership of that union. So most of them have been charged through the disciplinary process. And now the situation is calm, and those disciplinary process was not trying to intimidate them, but it was just to put order that things must be done within the Labor Relations Act, and we respect the role of unions, but people must not abuse power. So, Chair, Amatola is a little bit struggling in terms of the debt. The highest people that are owing Amatola is Amatole District Municipality, which is a rural district municipality. We have entered into some negotiations with them. They are paying a little because they are unable to collect. But Buffalo City is paying Amatola. So Amatola is able to function because at least they have a reliable client, which is Buffalo City. The vision is to have footprints throughout the province. So having met with all municipalities of the Eastern Cape, they've shown interest that they want to contract Amatola. So we're still in a process of ensuring that they reach out to those municipalities. Chair and honorable members, collectively, the three entities show commitment to infrastructure investment, improved water quality, and enhanced governance. I thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Colleagues, we're going to have the three presentations together. May I please ask that we do not speak on your values and all those starting issues in your presentations. Go directly to your annual report, your mission statements and your visions. Please, let's leave that out. We have read them, we know them, so we are also pressed for time. We've got three big presentations, so I will allow you 20 minutes. We will start with uMngeni, then Amatola, and then Rand Water, and then we will cluster all the questions together. May I now ask that Amatola start with their presentation, and their time will start now. It's 11 minutes past, and you've got 20 minutes to complete your presentation. We all received it in time. We went through them, so you don't need to do it verbatim. You can highlight your report. Amatola, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is Gaster Sharpley, the Board Chair. I will just introduce, with your permission, Honorable Members and Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. I'll introduce
Through you, Chair, Mr. Gaster, the policy here is that you show your face on the video when you address the committee. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry.
Thank you,
sorry.
thank you, Minister. You took the words out of my mouth. Thank you.
Yeah. So please, can I also ask that if you speak, it is just good manners if you put on your camera, because it's also streamed, and if there are people from outside watching, they also need to see you. It's not good to have a blank on TV. So, and really make sure that it is visible, that we don't look into your roof and look at the lights like we can do at the moment. So maybe just make sure that you are 100% visible. Thank you for that, Minister. Continue.
Thank you, and my sincere apology, Chair, for that. And thank you, Honorable Minister. As the Honorable Minister has said, Chair, that in 2024, during the financial year under review, the Minister capacitated the board with the interim members. And when we arrived as the interim board, the institution was chaotic, and we concluded the disciplinary process of the CE. He has left the organization now. He was dismissed through the disciplinary process. There are 10 union leaders that are currently on suspension, and they are DC. We just waiting for the sanction, because they have been 6 of them have been found guilty of serious dismissible offenses. Then we have also, as a board, we established the governance committees. We are grateful to the Minister that in January, as the Minister said, she has inducted a new board. We are an 11-member board, and there is stability in the organization. We're currently finalizing, preparing for interviews for the new CE and one of the executive posts. So there is stability. The unqualified audit was as a result of the cleaning up. The one thing that we are still working on is to ensure that we become a going concern, because we're still in a deficit with our operations. We are getting good cooperation from our clients, and as the Minister says, we're planning on extending our footprint. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I'm going to ask the acting CE to please run through the presentation swiftly.
Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to all the people that are in the meeting. Greetings to everyone.
Your camera, please. I'm asking, put on your camera, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm visible now.
That's fine, thank you.
All right. Greetings once again. I will be, without wasting any time, I will be presenting the status quo of Amatola Water to the portfolio committee on the work that has been undertaken by the Amatola Water for 2024-25 financial year. In terms of the status of Amatola Water, without wasting any time,
Honorable Chair, that picture looks
Yes,
very
Minister.
ugly. That picture looks very ugly. To show us the entire boardroom with people that are doing up and down is just wrong. CE, can you put your gadget in front of you and respect the portfolio committee? You always see how we look like when we present ourselves to the portfolio committee. I'm sorry, Chair, I had to do this. I had to do this. Because you can't even put a face on the person that is speaking. He's hiding behind the screen. No, it's wrong.
Minister, may I ask that you deal with this then offline with all the water boards that makes presentation to us. But can we, for time's sake, while they're busy with that, continue with their presentation, please? Please continue and then sort out your gadgets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity and apologize again for what has just happened. As I was indicating, I would like to just give a overview of the performance that has been done by Amatola Water report. Yes, Chair. In terms of our themes, it's just to restore the flow and also to renew the trust and build the future of our institution. In terms of chapter 1, that is reclaiming the purpose of repositioning for the impact of Amatola Water. We are the entity that is driven by our values. I'm not going to be, sorry?
Chairman,
Honourable Member, please, let's not waste time. You were one of those that asked that we don't.
Yes. But so I think that the members that speaking did not hear you. You said do not go through your entire presentation. Just get into a summary of the key points. We've read through the documents, and if members are not doing it, we need to bring it to their attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable.
Sit here for a long time.
It's fine. It's fine, Honourable Member. Please, I'm going to reiterate what I've said. I don't want you to read it. You can just do a summary of your presentation, please. We are really pressed for time. You are wasting time at the moment. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of our value chain, we are the entity that is distributing infrastructure in these following areas. We have dams that we are managing in our Amatola Water. We have the infrastructure that we have a challenge with. However, there are areas of emphasis where we are putting pressure in ensuring that we are making the interventions to improve the status quo of the infrastructure of Amatola Water. When it comes to the outputs that we have made in 2024-25, if you can look, Chair, on the slide that I've just flighted, we have been having the financial capital that has been under 442 million, but now we have improved on the financial capital to 491 million. And there are also areas that we have also have the cash of about 130 M, but now we have been, there has been a reduction of 107 M, and that is due to the fact that we have been having the load shedding in the past years, which has now been improved, and that has shown that we are having the improvement in some of the areas. In fact, in this slide, it's actually showing that there are 7 outcomes of sustainable value creation that we have created at Amatola Water, which some of them are to ensure that we are improving the financial viability of the Amatola Water. The other one is to ensure that we are enhancing the environmental sustainability for the Eastern Cape Water Board. Chair, if you can allow me to just zoom straight to also the corporate governance that is now showing where we're coming from and where we are now in terms of the board. We have highlighted that we have a new board that has been appointed, but we have been operating with the interim boards for the 2024-25 financial year. And in this new board, the attendance that has been made by the interim board has been progressive, as it has shown the improvement in terms of how we are operating in terms of the performance. Chair, without wasting time, in terms of our strategic risks, we have an improvement in that area. If you can see how we have been performing in 2023-24.
My apology, ma'am. Can someone just look at the slides and what you are talking on? Because that does not work in line with what you are speaking, please.
Currently, I have flighted the strategic risk slide, which is slide 13.
We can't see any slides at the moment. Colleagues,
I'm unable to share on my side. The host, if you can please share on your side, then.
What page are you now? What page would you like to be? We're on page 13 on the screen.
Page 13. I'm on strategic risk. Yes.
And so, when you move on to the next page, then indicate I want to go to page 15 or whatever the case may be. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Many apologies for that, Chair. As I was indicating, Chair, in terms of the strategic risk, we have shown a huge improvement there. We had challenges of instability, but however, since we have implemented the consequence management, that has been reduced. Also, in terms of the strategic objective that we have in the organization, there has been an inadequate governance and administrative systems, and that also has been decreased because we have shown a huge improvement. And in terms of the improved provision on safe and reliability water services, we also have no problem in terms of that because we have improved in terms of the risk management. So if you can move to the next slide. In this slide, Chair, it's just a sectoral analysis on our side, just to show the portfolio committee that in terms of our municipal debt, we had been having the challenges. However, since we have those challenges, we have been making the strides to ensure that there is a continuous development in our organization. However, in terms of this slide, it's just showing us that the limited funding on the innovation side is making us not to perform well, but we are having the methods that we are using to ensure that we improve on our side. In terms of the legal, we are also having the configuration of water boards that is also having the opportunities and challenges that needs to be directly addressed. So we can move to the next slide, please. On this one, it's just showing what I have just highlighted on this and on the strategic objectives of our organization, which is also part of that is to improve the financial viability and also ensure that we are enhancing the environmental sustainability. So in this one, it's just making sure that the innovation of the organization is strengthened and also building the improved stakeholder relations is one of our best priorities. That is why it's also part of the strategic objectives of our organization. If we can move. This one is exactly explaining what I have presented. If you can move on this one. In terms of our sustainability service delivery, we have the municipality that we are relying on in terms of providing the water quality and also equitable access. So on the operational review and also on the environmental sustainability, we are having the financial turnaround strategy that we have implemented that was approved by the board in 2023-24 in ensuring that there is a financial turnaround plan that we're implementing in order to ensure that we are moving from operating in the deficit. So, Chair, in terms of the climate change resilience strategy rollout, we also expanded on science for accreditation. So our labs are being accredited, and we also have a huge improvement in terms of the environmental protection because we are having policies in place and we are having the corporate governance that is being strengthened and implemented in the organization. So this slide is actually talking about the stakeholder and partnership that we are building and that we are intending to build across the Eastern Cape to ensure that all the the municipalities are being serviced by Amatola Water. Recently, Chair, if I can just indicate, we have been we are having an approved organogram that is going to also highlight and assist the organization to expand in ensuring that we've got enough capacity to build the Eastern Cape that we are servicing, and also we are going to ensure that the bulk water that is being supplied in other areas is also expanded across the Eastern Cape. Next slide, please. In terms of the organizational performance, Chair, if you can look on 2021-22, we are coming a long way in terms of underperforming, but there has been a huge improvement in the trend, as we can see that from 2021 we have been 50%, and in 2022-23 we have been sitting at 59%, and in 23-24 we have improved to 63%, and currently for the current annual review that we are presenting, we are that is 24-25 financial year, we are now at 73%, and we are intending to reach 100%, but slowly but surely we are going to get there, because currently in the financial year that we are performing, we are sitting at 91% in the half year. Thanks, Chair. On this one, I would like to also give an overview performance of the strategic outcomes that I have also indicated. What we have done in order to reach that 73% is to ensure that in the organization we have a highly skilled and engaged productive workforce, and we also ensure that the environment is conducive and ensure that we have an ethical leadership that is assisting the organization. And as such, that has assisted the organization as well, because in the efficient and the innovation in innovative ways in the organization that we have done, it shows that the partnership on the BCM and also on the Amatole Water District, Amatole District Municipality, they have showed a dedication in paying the current liabilities, which is showing that we are improving in terms of the stakeholder relations, so that we can improve on our financial viability. Next slide. When it comes to the Amatola staff complement, we are sitting at 295 employees that are permanently employed, and a total overall of 387 of the employees that are consisting of contract workers and also permanent workers. So we are having a capacity to deliver for the Eastern Cape. Can we move on this slide? In terms of the workforce, Chair, I want to also indicate that the Amatola Water is contributing to the unemployment rate, because we have been partnering with the SITAs and also CIPHER to ensure that we are taking all the learnerships and also the internships in the program, to ensure that at least in the Eastern Cape we are exploring and we are giving the unemployed graduate an opportunity to get experience. So this is the picture of the Amatola Water sitting at 29 learners, where they are placed in also in all the various departments and also divisions of the Amatola Water. We also have been assisted by the Office of the Premier by providing us with 12 internships that are also funded. The good thing about that, Chairperson, is that Amatola Water is not paying anything because of our deficit that we're operating under, but we are having partners of SITAs that are assisting us in paying those internships and learnerships. In terms of our employment equity status, Chair, I must say that Amatola Water is dominated by the males, but we are having the employment equity plans in the organization. We are also having the employment equity targets that we are setting on a quarterly basis to ensure that we are reaching the 50-50 balance of the Amatola Water employment equity status. So this is the picture that is showing how is the employment equity in terms of the top management, the senior management, the professionality qualified specialists, up to the unskilled and defined decision makers. So currently, we are not at the stage where we are saying we are at 3% of the employment equity, but we are having the documents, the strategies, the employment equity targets. We are also complying at Department of Labor to ensure that we take accountability of the employment equity status that is supposed to be implemented by Amatola Water. Can we move to another slide? In terms of this slide, is also talking about the environmental sustainability, which is the focus area is just a critical component of environmental sustainability that we want to enforce in our organization. That is inclusive climate change resilience. So we are having plans in place to ensure that all our water losses that we are encountering in the province are being addressed through the planned document that has been endorsed by the board as well. So the footprint that we are following, that is integrating the environmental management within the context of the climate change, is also are being enforced through the technologies that we are going to use, because now we're trying to move and have the access of having the meters that are going to be the smart meters that are going to ensure that we are addressing the issues that are having taken into consideration that we have the infrastructure challenges that we are having, the aging infrastructure that we are currently now looking for funding to address those in the Eastern Cape. So in terms of the sustainability of the environment, we are having strategies that are looking forward to also address using the framework that we have in the entity. Can we have the next slide, please? Chair, if you can look at this one, this slide shows that we are monitoring the supply capacity of water bulk in the province. As you can see that this is our dams, and they are around the Amatole water supply, and this is a full capacity that we have, showing that we don't have any challenges with regards to the systems when it comes to the supplying the bulk water in the province. The next slide also, if you can go to the next slide, it also shows that this is the average dams of the performance that they are. The only one that we are having a problem with is Debe. If you can look at this slide, the last one, we are having challenges there, which are caused by the infrastructure, the vandalism, but there are plans in place that we are using to ensure that that Debe area is being undertaken and also is being considered. So all other ones that you are seeing on the picture are actually supplied at a very high volume and are providing good percentages in terms of supplying the systems of Amatola water. The next one is just the financial position of Amatola water. Without prolonging the meeting, Chair, the financial position of the Amatola water, as the minister has indicated, is not in a good state because we are currently operating on a deficit. However, we've got the financial turnaround strategy that was endorsed and that we are reporting to the DWS on a quarterly basis in terms of the performance. That financial turnaround plan is there to manage and turn around the financial position of Amatola water. And there are cost containment measures that we have put in place to ensure that we're complying with that. And I must indicate, Chair, that that financial turnaround strategy is a 5-year plan that seeks to address the situation that we are operating under and also to improve how things should be in the province. So it's actually showing that there is a slightly improvement because we have been making means of applying, to the BFI and also to the ESA to ensure that when we are getting those funds, we are providing more volumes and we are also going to address the challenges and generate more revenue for our entity. So we are hoping that in the next coming 1 or 2 years, we will be having a huge improvement once those applications that we have submitted are being approved. Thanks, Chair. And if you can just move to another slide. In terms of the statement of the comprehensive income, that is what I was addressing in terms of the expenditure, the government grants that we are subsidized, and also, the debt impairment. We have the contracts and the MOUs that we have signed with the municipality that is owing us currently. They've showed a huge improvement in terms of currently paying the current debt. So there is an improvement because before they were even not cooperating in terms of paying their debt. But now we have been seeing the change because of the contract and the legal things that we have put in place to enforce that those municipalities that are owing us are paying. Next slide. And this is just a cash flow of what I was presenting. currently where we are in terms of the net cash flow from the investing activities and how we are operating in our entity. Next slide. In terms of the primary business revenue increase, we have about 11%, which is that we have, when we're comparing to the previous financial year, largely driven by the volume of about 87 megaliters. Now we are sitting at least with 10M compared to 5M in the prior financial year, which shows that there is a huge improvement, and also there is a secondary business revenue that is being increased, that we are servicing, that is now is also talking about the Department of Education, that we are assisting with their projects, and we are also looking forward to expand in all the other municipalities and also in all other entities that seeks departments, as much as the departments, because we have started to engage with them to expand in terms of generating and increasing our revenue on terms of secondary businesses. But the main focus that we want to do is to ensure that the primary business is also part of the things that we are improving under. So this is a cost composition that is actually giving a narrative now of where we are in terms of the labor costs, how we are performing in terms of the water bulk purchases, the general expenses, the depreciation, and also the chemicals. I also want to also share that in terms of how the electricity is affecting the organization, and the chemicals is reflecting the rising input price demand related pressures. So that also is also part of the thing that we are addressing in the organization, to ensure that we work together with municipalities in order to ensure that they are performing what is supposed to be done by them, and not spend more on chemicals on our side because of the underperformance of the municipalities.
You've got 4 minutes left. You've got 4 minutes left.
Thank you. I think, Chair, this one, we can move on this slide because I've already highlighted the issue of the finances. I just want to zoom straight now to the internal audit, because this financial ratios and all that is one of the things that I was just explaining. So I just want to just wrap it out on the financial issues and talk about the prudent and wasted expenditure that we are addressing in the organization, and also, you know, the issues that were put in place by the Auditor General in order to address the financial challenges that we have in the organization. So if you can move from this slide. This is just showing that we have been having a consistent progress in terms of the outcomes of the audit, because now we have been sitting from 2022 to the unqualified up to now 2024-25. We can move. Chair, this is just a current audit versus the prior audit. We have been having a huge improvement because we have a huge reduction in terms of the total findings. We are now sitting at far less than 25 findings as compared to the previous year. In terms of the audit findings, I have just highlighted that we are improving on that slide, and we are showing a great improvement because we are having internal controls and deficiency findings that we are addressing on a quarterly basis, and we are accounting to the board to ensure that we are performing at a high rate. Next slide. This is just showing a progress of how we have performed on the audit and how we are going to be addressing the matters of audit. The next slide. Chair, with this one, this is just showing that the plans that the organization has in terms of the value chain in ensuring that we are turning around the situation of Amatola Water. We have been having determination of authorized documents, and we are having annual audits that is covering all the challenges that we have been encountering in the audit space since 2023, 2024, 24, 25. So it's just showing the improvement that we've done in terms of the supply chain, in terms of the corporate services, and also in terms of the staff headcount. Next slide. Chair, I think I'm done, and I want to take this opportunity and also extend the appreciation to the to the committee, just to show that we are appreciating the opportunities that we have been given. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next presentation, uMngeni? uMngeni, can you flight your presentation? Thank you. You may continue.
And the other colleagues from the various water boards, and as well as the department. Chair, for me, I think it's just to indicate that the presentation has been prepared and submitted. In the interest of time, may I hand over to Mr. P.M. Kize, who is going to take us through the presentation on behalf of the Water Board. Thank you.
Greetings, to the.
Can I ask that you put your camera on, please?
My camera is on, Chair.
I don't see.
No, we can see it.
Okay, thank you, Sandile. Now I can see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings to the members of the committee, chairperson of the committee, minister, deputy minister in the meeting. Chair, what we are presenting here is the performance of the organization as of our 2024-2025 financial year. If you allow me, Chair, to flight my screen, can I?
You're more than welcome. You can continue.
Okay. Maybe, Chair, let's ask the department to flag. So I can't see the sharing button here.
Can we maybe assist, please?
DWS team, if you can assist, we go to slide number 5, which talks to governance.
Someone maybe assist with flighting of the presentation.
So this is a water presentation. If you can put the
water.
We're trying to get it, Chair. We'll just give us a minute.
Not a problem, DG.
Thank you. Thank you, DG, and greetings to the DG also. My apologies for meeting you. If you can go to slide number 5. Yeah, thank you. uMngeni Water is operating in the KwaZulu-Natal province. We are having a 11-member board, which was appointed in October 2023. The board is led by Advocate Vusi Khuzwayo, the Senior Counsel, deputized by Ms. Nothando Mkhize. And currently, the board is a 9-member board after the passing away of one board member in 2014. And 2024, my apologies for that. And the dismissal of one board member now in 2026. So we are left with 9 board members actively running and conducting the oversight of the institution. The board is comprised of oversight committees where we have audit, finance, and risk committee. We have a social and ethics committee. which is chaired by Deputy Chair Ms. Mkhize. Audit and Finance Committee chaired by Ms. Mhlongo. We have a Capital Projects Committee, the CAPEX, chaired by Ms. Bozuk. We have a Human Resource and Remuneration Committee chaired by Mr. Sbu Mkhize. We have a Innovation and Technology Committee chaired by Mr. Tim Cornish, and a Governance Committee which is chaired by the Chairperson of the Board. So this is the oversight structure or arrangement that we have. In terms of the executive is responsible for running day-to-day operations. When you look at the areas where we are operating in KwaZulu-Natal, there are maybe if we can go back to slide 5, because that's where the discussion will be. Yes, thank you. We are operating in 7 of the 14 Water Services Authority. We also have a footprint in 2 Water Service Authority, which is uMngeni District Municipality, where we were appointed under Section 63 to turn around the water and sanitation supply in that area. And also we are also having a footprint in uThukela District Municipality, where we are appointed under Section 63 also there to turn around the water and sanitation services. So if we can then move to slide 6. The organization uMngeni uThukela achieved an unqualified audit opinion, as the minister has stated. This, I must say, is the 3rd consecutive year the organization is achieving an unqualified audit opinion. There were findings. The findings that were there are errors in the financial statements, where we had to correct those areas, and non-compliance with the procurement and contract management. And we as a what we have done is that we've addressed the issues of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The prior years, where 81% year-on-year has been achieved in reduction of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The balance of the remaining fruitless and wasteful expenditure is being investigated, and we are expecting that consequence management will be implemented once the investigation has been concluded, and we will then have this fruitless and wasteful expenditure condoned. In terms of the irregular expenditure, we were sitting at 5.8 billion from prior years, and 1.2 billion has since been condoned, which represent 22% of the irregular expenditure. 40% of the irregular expenditure has been subjected to condonation application with National Treasury. And we have since received the confirmation that out of the 40%, 20% has been approved. The 20% remaining, we are still doing further investigations. We have also assisted the SIU in the implementation of the recommendations that they have made, and in prosecuting matters that are coming from prior years regarding irregular expenditure, maladministration, and issues of corruption. We have set up what we call a clean audit task team, which is looking at all the findings by the internal audit and external audit, where we are sitting at 92.3% in addressing the findings. And we believe that if we progress in this way, we will then achieve the ultimate aim or goal that we have of achieving a clean audit at the end of this financial year. If we can move to the next slide, number 7. Here we are just showing that the minister has been and the MEC has been conducting oversight. We are also indicating that the board and the board committees, also we are indicating that the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee has conducted oversight where they visited some of the infrastructure projects that we are implementing and held the organization to account on certain matters that the committee and the minister had deemed we need to account for. If we move to the next slide, you can skip slide 8. Please skip slide 8, yes. Here we are looking at the strategic risks that that if were to materialize may cripple the existence of the organization. We had identified 10 strategic risks in the organization, but we are focusing mainly on 3 which are critical, which is the ability to meet future demands, the ability to deliver projects on time, and the financial viability, which talks to the sustainability of the organization. I must say that the first 2 risks are at a medium level, but mitigation measures are in place to address them. The financial viability, we can see that the risk is low, although they are defaulting Water Services Authority in the area where we are operating, but the sustainability issue, the financial sustainability, its risk is low. If we can move to slide 10. Slide 10, we are indicating that as an organization, in terms of the achievement of the performance in terms of the shareholder compact that we had signed with the Minister of Water and Sanitation, we achieved a 97.59%, which is equivalent to 98% performance against the shareholder compact, which I believe is the highest performance ever achieved by the Water Board. When you look at the performance against the shareholder compact, we had 3 key performance indicators that did not perform to the satisfactory, which is the performance in terms of revenue, in terms of Section 30, where we are an implementing agent in one of the projects where we received a directive in the Eastern Cape in Bizana municipality, and the contractor there was not performing. That was the WS construction unit, and we decided to then terminate the contract and started the recruitment of a suitably qualified contractor. So because of that, the time lag, we were not able to then achieve the Section 30 revenue. The other KPI that did not achieve is days of supply with interruption that last over 24 hours. This one, we achieved 6.8 days instead of achieving 0 days. We have corrected this KPI, Chair, to align it with the norms and standards on water and sanitation, where the norms and standards require that the interruption must not last for more than 48 hours. So we have corrected the 24 hours to align with 48 hours, which is also what we request the municipalities to have as a storage capacity in terms of their reservoirs, so that they can be able to buffer any interruptions that may happen in the water supply. The third KPI that we did not achieve, Chair, is the CAPEX expenditure. This one, Chair, although we are at the highest performance in terms of CAPEX expenditure at 3.1 billion, we were supposed to achieve 4.5 billion expenditure. This it was because of the project in Lower uMngeni where we were taken to court, and the project has been delayed for a period of over 14 months. I'm glad to say, Chair, that after the court processes were exhausted on the 13th of February this year, the matter was resolved in the Pietermaritzburg High Court, which then allowed us to then continue with the implementation of this project. We are currently at the stage where we have applied for the work permit, and we are planning to have a site establishment and the actual dust taking place at the end of March this year. So come the end of this financial year, Chair, there will be substantial expenditure by end of June on this project.
You've got 5 minutes left. You've got 5 minutes left.
Okay. Maybe if we can pass this slide, because this slide is just showing the next slide, slide 11. Yeah, this slide, Chair, is showing how uMngeni uthukela Water over the past few years has ramped up their capital infrastructure program, starting from 2023 to 2025, and even now, where you can see that, as I said, our expenditure it's in the range of 3 billion per annum in terms of putting new infrastructure and rehabilitating the existing infrastructure, Chair. And we expect this graph to continue to grow because of the demand that we have in the province for the water supply, with the need to have new infrastructure being put in place. If we can skip slide 12, go to slide 13. Thank you. Chair, this slide, it may look like a busy slide, but we are indicating where capital projects are being implemented. When you look at the orange highlights, those are the areas where we are implementing a Section 63 intervention, which is uMngeni District Municipality and uthukela District Municipality. There, the projects are worth 1.3 billion that we are implementing. Most of the projects in the uMngeni district are in the 80 to 90% completion. We have projects that we are implementing in the Northern KwaZulu Natal, the Thukela Kudetlo, for ensuring that there's water sustainability in the city of Umhlathuze. There's a Nsezi water treatment upgrade. There's Lower uThukela bulk water scheme, which will ensure the supply in uMngeni and KwaDukuza in the iLembe District Municipality. There are various other projects that we are implementing within iLembe District Municipality. There is an Upper uMkomazi, which is currently estimated at 8 billion, but we are expecting that this project, when you look at a 625 megaliter water treatment plant that we are going to implement, it's likely to then go beyond 30 billion rand. Then the Lower uMkomazi, which was awarded at 7 billion, and also there are other components of Lower uMkomazi that have since been implemented, which is the good enough abstraction works, where it's sitting at 90%. We have also the Wadini offsite storage channel, where dam, which is sitting at over 60%. When the portfolio committee visited these areas last year, they were sitting at less than 30%. So there has been significant movement in those two components that are part of the Lower uMkomazi water scheme. Other projects, Chair, I'm not going to talk about them because I think these are the critical projects, but this slide is showing what uMngeni uthukela Water is doing to ensure sustainability of water supply in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. if we can go to the finance slide, slide 25. Chair, when you look at the financial viability of the organization, we are indicating that there has been a steady revenue growth, which is we had recorded a 7.6 billion rand in terms of water sales. There was an 8% increase in the water revenue from the 2024-2025. There was also a 27% increase in wastewater revenue due to uMngeni Water having taken operations in 10 wastewater treatment plants in eThekwini municipality, which constitute about 90% of the total wastewater portfolio of eThekwini. And also there was a 14% increase in the Section 30 revenue as compared to the previous financial year, although I had indicated that this KPI did not achieve due to the delay in the appointment of contractor in one of the projects in the Eastern Cape. The gross profit was sitting at 3.7 billion rand, which also was impacted by the growth in the operating expenditure, where we saw 14% increase in chemical, 36% increase in energy costs, 39% increase in maintenance costs, and 2% increase in raw water purchases, and 20% increase in direct staff costs. Chair, I think under financial viability, if we can go to the slide 30, we are also indicating that, Chair, in terms of the covenants, there are no covenants that were breached. We are also, in terms of the ratios, we are also within the ceiling in terms of the debt equity ratio, where we achieved a 0.06 against the target of 0.3. So as an organization, this is showing that the borrowing is still contained, and we are still within our limit. We were able to pay 35 million in terms of the long outstanding loans to EIB and then National Bank. And this year, Chair, there was a long bond that matured in March, and we were able to successfully pay 35 million rand of that bond. I think, Chair, that's what the story we will want to share with you, except for the fact that as an organization, under financial liquidity and viability under slide 32, we are still experiencing challenges where municipalities are owing us. We are still experiencing challenges where we have to write off some debt, which then also put us in a bad financial outlook. But in terms of the healthiness of the organization financially, we are healthy. We are going to be able to go to the market and raise funds to fund our capex expenditure. And if we continue this way, and should we be able to get the clean audit that we are targeting this year, that will put us even in a better position to get finances out there at a cheaper rate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Rand Water.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister and DM, DG, colleagues from other water boards, Chairperson, my name is Ramate Munyokol. I'm the chairperson of Rand Water. In the interest of time, I would request the Group Chief Executive, Ndadesi Pomosai, to make a presentation so that our presentation is effective. Thank you so much. Through you, Chairperson. Dr. Msai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msai. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Board Members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, I'm Sipho Abednego Msai, the Group Chief Executive of Rainwater. If we can move on to the next slide, Chair, in the next 20 minutes, as I time myself, I will deal with operational highlights and then talk to our financial performance for the year under review, and then finish off with a way forward. I'm happy to report that for the financial year 2025, we are posting a robust set of results despite difficult and challenging macro and micro environment characterized by serious headwinds. Global trades tension at the macro level obviously affect our input costs in relation to chemicals because our raw materials come from overseas. But of course, at macro level, like our colleagues have indicated, municipalities in terms of capacity and municipal water losses really show themselves in our numbers in relation to that and high non-revenue that have created some of the challenges that we are seeing in Gauteng, because for every electromechanical failure that we have as a result of non-resilient distribution network, the system does catch flu, owing to these macro challenges that, of course, underpinned by climate change. And our worry is with the high non-revenue environment that we find our municipalities operating in. Should we have drought, as a lack of adaptation, it will pose serious challenges. If we can move on to the next slide. What we do, Chair, obviously after having looked at all these challenges, the board also crafts what we call strategic risks. These are the top 10 and inherent risks, put mitigation measures on a quarterly basis. Our risk and audit committee, they provide oversight in terms of those mitigation measures, with an attempt to reduce at all material time the residual risks. In the year under review, the main risk, in a sense, was the quality and reliability of electricity, which still characterizes our operation. Of course, we've gone long past load shedding. Even during load shedding, we were exempted. But we have seen that the electricity that we get from Eskom and our municipalities, it's not exempted from failures for a number of reasons, storms and all those. Because we do not have resilient distribution network, any of these failures do affect our municipalities' recovery, owing to lack of reservoirs in that space. Encroachment is still a big issue. Non-paying customers, debtors days is was the third biggest risk in the year under review, and it goes on like that. So I think this slide gives you a snapshot of what the board oversees and looks at, over and above casting their eyes in the environmental market in terms of those headwinds. If we can move on to the next slide. Next one. Yeah, just stress on this one. The very high level, Chair, in terms of the operational key performance highlights in relation to the KPIs that stem from our shareholder compact. We have about 39 KPIs. In the year under review, we only missed 3. As the minister has indicated, again, we achieved unqualified audit opinion. The 6 KPIs that are related to the quality of water that we supply have been achieved. This is acute and chronic health in chemical compliance, operational compliance, aesthetic compliance, and acute health and microbial compliance. The 5 have been achieved. We missed a target on repeat audit finding. We experienced 1 audit finding against the target of 0. It received attention, and I'm happy that in the year under review, this will be attended to this year, not in the year under review. Target achieved, capex achieved, number of days of supply disrupted achieved. We are again have experienced an improvement in avoidable water loss as a percentage of water produced. In other words, we keep an eye on non-revenue water, and positive results were obtained in that regard. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Further, in terms of our KPIs, BEE spend achieved, board resolutions achieved, BEE compliant entities in terms of the tender system against a target of 85, we achieved 100%. Board members' attendance, as I indicated, CAPEX, repairs and maintenance, submitted our shareholder compact on time. We have bulk contracts with all our municipalities. No breaches of material and that are material and significant in terms of our framework. Corporate social investment targets achieved. Municipalities that we support achieved year-on-year targets in terms of growth. In secondary activities achieved. The second target that we did not achieve is this overall project completion within targets. In the year under review, the department was monitoring us not only in terms of the capex, but completion of the projects within the milestone in the financial year, although the capex had been achieved at the end of the year. If we can move on to the next slide, please. In this slide, we highlight the KPIs that are related to our human resources. I'm happy to report in the year under review, all of them have been achieved. Staff living, in terms of percentage of our staff composition, against the target of 5%, only 1.61% of our employees left our employ. Bursaries achieved, permanent jobs achieved, staff remuneration as a total percentage of OPEX achieved, learnership, temporary jobs, number of trained graduates by rainwater against the target of 105, we achieved 182. If we can hop along to the next slide, please. In terms of the numbers, in relation to the financial KPI indicators, before I go into those numbers, from percentage point of view, I'm pleased to report once more that all the major targets that we have set ourselves from our financial KPIs, particularly those that are within our control, have been successfully achieved. Our GP margins from both the primary and secondary activities have been achieved. Our net profit margins, again, from the primary and secondary activities achieved. Current ratio sitting at a healthy 2.6 against a target of 2. Return on assets achieved. Debt to equity has been achieved. Percentage variance in terms of the budgeted expenditure also achieved. Chair, in the year under review, as it was in the previous few years, debtors days. Debtors days is the third KPI that we did not achieve out of the 39. This still remains our Achilles heel. It continues to go in the wrong direction. And as we all know that our municipalities are facing serious headwinds in terms of paying the bills on time. Despite all the interventions that we're putting in place, this number is still going the wrong way, and of course needs a different model going forward that I will share at the tail end of the presentation, some of the activities and interventions that are also known to the committee that we've put in place to turn the situation around. If we can move on to the next slide, please. In terms of the notable performance achievement, as the minister has indicated, this is one of the best years post-democracy for us. We built the biggest water purification works this country has seen in the last 40 years, certainly post-democracy, System 5A, 600 megaliters, in good time to anticipate water that comes from Lesotho Highlands phase 2. So we are ready to receive that water. And of course, with the pressures that are currently experienced in Gauteng, we have already started tapping into this infrastructure, at least with the temporary license extension to assist our municipalities in Gauteng in particular. Next slide. Chair and members, we have not only built infrastructure, we have laid quite a number of pipelines to augment our infrastructure capability going forward to meet the future demands. In this next few slides, we are talking about the pipelines that we have laid. B16 is one of them. Next slide. This is the different picture of B16. If we can move on to the next slide. We're not only laying them, but we are cross-connecting them with old pipes. We have also invested in our booster station. This is the building that we have added in Palmit and the engine room in Palmit. Next slide. And other pipes from the Palmit system, which is our 2.3 diameter pipe. We have added an additional engine room capacity in Mapleton to supply Mpumalanga municipalities and Pretoria East, Aikenhof, to assist our municipalities in Northwest and Gauteng West. I'm happy to report in the year under review that we have been awarded at the international level. We are the winners of 2005 Project of the Year by Global Eye Chief Information Officers Project of the Year in the category, best category in Africa for machine learning and artificial intelligence to predict the failure of our pump sets. This augurs well with our innovation-driven strategy to be ahead of the curve and be able to predict some of the things using IA and machine learning. It's always pleasing that our colleagues at the international level have seen the work that we are doing in this regard and giving us that award. Thank you so much to the chair and the Ministry for the leadership. From corporate social investment point of view, we have what we call Renota Foundation. This is our social investment arm, have done a great work to give back to the community, specifically around water and sanitation point of view, where we go into the townships, we build the necessary skills and entrepreneurs locally to fix those leaks. So we just don't fix them, but we train the trainers so that they are able to train the entrepreneurs. So in, for example, my home township in Sharpeville or anywhere in Gauteng, if we have a leak, we do not call necessarily the municipalities, we call the entrepreneurs locally. Thanks to the foundation, we've been able to do that. We built quite a number of boreholes in terms of community support, adopt the learner scholarship, and provided adequate and dignified sanitation where the bulk systems do not reach. And then, of course, they played a critical role with working with other corporate social investment to ensure food security and agricultural cooperatives are well developed. If you can move on to the next slide. I'm happy to also report in the year and the review that our BEE level grading actually moved from level 4 to level 2, and hopefully we'll get to level 1 with its challenges. Thank you. Next slide. In this slide, it's quite a busy slide, but it's the demonstration of our environmental, social, and governance considerations driven by Social and Ethics Committee Of course, they look at quite a number of issues, including the protection of natural resources, rehabilitation of the environment after we had impacted it through laying pipes. We give attention to the sludge that we generate as we purify water. We have built additional 38 beds, alien and invasive species management. We remove a lot of that in our catchment. I also talked about encroachment. This is monitored. But what is exciting for me as Renata is that we're starting to measure our carbon emissions in terms of the fleet and electricity that we generate, so that it pushes us towards environmental sustainable organization, because the bonds that we issue are also linked to our carbon footprint. Thank you. In this slide, the only thing that I wanted to talk about, it's the female we recruit at supervisory and senior management. You'll see in 2025, in relation to the positions that we have, 72% of those positions were occupied by females. So it's not about taking over females into our employ, but it's exactly where do we take them. So we have put a moratorium, and then we are focusing on supervisory and senior management positions. If we can move on to the next slide. So in total, if you look at
Mr. Masai, just apology for this. Honorable Reddy, your hand is up.
No, I thought the presentation was over. I actually had my question.
Okay, my apology. Mr. Masai, you may continue.
Yes, thank you. So in total, we use 6 capitals to take all our performance and put it in one slide. And then if you cast your eyes across, I won't go through each in the interest of time. You'll see from financial, natural, manufactured, intellectual, human, and social and relations capital, we have achieved and we've seen substantial progress in the right direction with regards to our 6 capital. If you can go on, next slide, please. Just in terms of the high-level financial performance, Honorable Chair and honorable members, you will notice just by high-level indication from rands and cents point of view, as I indicated from percentage point of view, all the KPIs or most of the KPIs that we have set and have been set by the department before us have shown progress and have been achieved largely. If you were to take just a few because of time, you'll see our revenue has moved from a company of 21.8 billion. We are now a 23 billion rand company from the top line. And the net income has also moved slightly by 2%. Our current ratio is slightly dipped, but is still within the required numbers. Cash and cash equivalents, a big jump of 92%, and the net cash generated from our operations has also jumped by 48% owing to some of the interventions. Next slide. Here we just pull out some of the cost drivers that we watch: energy usage, chemicals in relation to the volumes that we provide. We keep an eye on them because really they are cost drivers and they're within our control to a certain extent, so that we manage them and manage them sustainably. If we can move on, please. This dashboard, Chair, for us, this is important. And this is our pain point. Debtors outstanding, you'll see with those lines, although we had better cash inflow in terms of some of the years and as we closed. But in summary, you'll see our expected credit loss from 2021 has moved from 1.8, is now close to 3 billion. Our debtors outstanding from rands and cents, 2015 was 1.5 billion. It's 8.7 billion. So this is a matter that worries us, a matter that we're giving attention in terms of all the platforms and using all the means before us that we can discuss during Q&A to deal with this matter. But we thought we should just highlight the importance of debtors days as our sore point and our Achilles heels as Renata. If you can move on, please. Here we are pulling out the top 5 non-performing defaulters. If you can cast your eyes quickly, you'll see uMngeni is sitting on top of that list. Next slide. CapEx. If we can also move to the next slide. We just want to indicate that we remain committed to upgrading our infrastructure while we cast our eyes on our total liquidity, at the same time ensuring that we generate the necessary bottom line to redeem our bonds. We have done so well, 2021, 2023, and now 2026 we'll be redeeming another bond at the Johannesburg Security Exchange. So our liquidity is sound in the now and going forward, despite all the challenges that I've mentioned. Next slide, please. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, owing to some of the irregular expenditure that stems from the prior year, because before you remove them, those awards that happened previous year, if they're still incurring expenditure, you recognize them. I'm happy that we do not have a problem of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In terms of a materiality and significance, relatively small amount of 713 in the year under review, but we closed with an irregular expenditure of just under 1.4 billion. But we have systems in place, although close to 400 of that is under dispute. We believe that we'll find ourselves with the AG and that number will come down. But of course, we have a combined assurance forum, and that provides an integrated framework to attend to this matter going forward. In the next slide, if we look forward, if we can jump, so we intend to spend more money in CapEx going forward. This slide provides that. Next slide. And then, of course, we need to diversify our product offering, not only in terms of where we operate, but in terms of our revenue. We are looking, as the minister is saying, generating on a profitable basis to subsidize our activities in South Africa. We're pleased to indicate that we have been awarded work in Zanzibar. And the good thing about it is that we will not expose our balance sheet, but the market and many banks are going to be partnering with us to put their money in ensuring that Renota expand beyond, and we de-risk ourselves. Our revenue is largely based on the money that we generate from municipalities in South Africa. We want to deal with that. Energy becomes an issue. We want to ensure that we are self-reliant, and we are also looking at alternative supplies going forward. Thank you so much, Chair. I think that's probably the last slide. This one, we're just unpacking what we want to do in the continent, as I indicate that we have to diversify our product offering. It's way too much in the current municipalities that are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the three presentations. Can I then ask that we continue? First, just would like to see, is the minister still online?
Honorable Chairperson, the minister has sadly left the platform. She is attending a cabinet committee meeting, and I am standing in for her.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister, would you like to conclude before we go to questions on the three presentations?
No, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the CEs of the water boards for their presentations. I think the presentations are as they are, Honorable Chair. I think it would be prudent for us to then move forward to the questions from the honorable members, as there was a request that we try and push for time. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. May I then ask that Honorable Reddy, your first question?
Sorry, am I audible? Chairperson, it was good to see some old colleagues, Sandile Mkhize of uMngeni Water and Sipho Masai of Rand Water. I must remind Sipho while he's here of our training that he promised us. But let me begin by congratulating all the boards and the management for these impressive presentations. Because if anyone walked into this room without knowing the reality on the ground, they would think these water entities are operating in a first world country. Clean audits, strong governance frameworks, revenue growth, strategic alignment on paper. Everything looks perfect. But outside this room, the reality is that South Africans are queuing for water tankers, Communities are going days without supply, and municipalities are collapsing under water infrastructure failures. Chairperson, as the MK party, we have consistently raised concerns about the growing collapse of our water systems, and what we are seeing now confirms these fears. I have many questions on these presentations, but what is pressing right now is what happened at Nagle Dam last week. This was not a minor incident. A critical failure has now resulted in 2 weeks of water restrictions affecting thousands of families across the Durban area. Residents and businesses are already frustrated. This crisis has pushed them over the edge. And yes, the mayor was correct to ring the alarm bells. But Chair, let me speak from experience. As a former board member of uMngeni, uThukela, I have seen how these explanations are presented. During one of our oversight visits as a board during a crisis at the Durban Heights facilities, we were given reports, everything appeared normal, but when we verified on site, we found a plank deliberately lodged inside a pump in a restricted area. There was not a technical fault, that was sabotage. So when we are told today that this was a routine maintenance, we approach that explanation with extreme caution because there are too many interests that benefit from water systems failure. My question to the board of uMngeni uThukela is, has the board commissioned an independent forensic investigation, not internal, not your own engineers, to determine whether this Nagle Dam failure was mechanical negligence or sabotage? And more importantly, will you commit here today to releasing that full forensic report to this committee and the public within 7 days? Because, Chairperson, we will not accept a situation where communities suffer while failures are explained away. South Africans deserve the truth and they deserve accountability. I thank the presenters for the presentation, but this issue of Nagle Dam, it's something that happened last week. It's affecting thousands of families in the Durban area. And we are told that while the valve has been repaired, it's going to take 2 weeks of recovery. And that 2 weeks means restrictions. eThekwini is the biggest customer of uMngeni uThukela. The last I was there, they formed 84% of revenue. This Durbanite supplies the bulk of Durban, the Durban area. And if you have a situation like this at Nagle Dam, it means that, and we don't have security checks in place, it means that the possibility of sabotage becomes even greater. So I think a detailed forensic investigation is what would be required and a report within 7 days. That's my first question. I'll come back in the second round for the other boards as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could the board answer? I'll go first to the Deputy Minister.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you very much. I think it is a fair question. And I'll ask uKabazela to then come in through you, the Chairperson of the board, SC. Bamkis.
uMngeni, can you reply to that question?
CE, you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You can continue.
All right. Chairperson.
You've got two,
Yeah,
you've got
Chairperson,
two devices
we
open,
appreciate
so you are
by
echoing.
Honorable Member Reddy. What I want to report on the matter that is being reported now is that uMngeni uThukela Water conducted an internal investigation, which was an oversight, basically investigation to say what happened. And what we picked up is that there was a routine maintenance that was taking place. And the valve, as they were busy maintaining the valve, it failed on a closed position. As a result, the maintenance team could not then continue to open the valve. We had to then get special type of cranes to be able to then dig and uplift the valve and then force it open so that we can be able in the meantime to get water flowing, 150 megaliters of water flowing into Durban Heights water treatment plant. I'm glad to say, Chair, that it's not 2 weeks that happened. This matter happened last week, Thursday. It was brought to my attention on Thursday, and over the weekend, the team was working on the opening the valve. And on Sunday, I got a confirmation. So Saturday evening, I got a confirmation that the valve has since been open, and the replacement is going to happen when we do a next major shutdown, where we'll be able to replace that valve. But the flow is now commissioned. As of Monday, a statement was issued jointly with eThekwini, which shows that there is enough water supply from the Naga dam supply system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. That was the response.
Chair, while the valve was repaired, the system requires 2 weeks to recover, and eThekwini has been instructed to begin water curtailment. Now, it's going to affect residents. My question doesn't relate to an internal investigation by uMngeni Utukela. I specifically asked that an independent investigation should be held, because the board, remember, the board is appointed by the minister, and the purpose of board members is to provide oversight on the management of these entities. So when you get a report, a management report that says a valve has failed, the board must go there and verify the management's report. All I'm asking for is an independent third-party technical audit, which must be completely separate from your own maintenance teams. Because I don't see what is the problem in getting that. We need to prove forensically that this failure was mechanical and not by human intervention. I say this because of past experience, and my concern, even in Tshwane, is that the sabotage of our water infrastructure is happening on a very wide scale, because it's benefiting the water tanker mafia, it's benefiting others. Go and look at the affected areas in Durban, look at who's supplying water tankering services, and then you will know. So it works in their interests if our water systems are not working and that people are not getting water. So I believe that as this committee, we should be united in asking for an independent third-party technical audit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is a recommendation. Maybe the board have to discuss this, and then we can get a feedback on your response on that. The next question is Honorable Dledlanga. Honorable Dledlanga, you are muted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, let me rise first and foremost to appreciate the presentations and congratulate the leadership of Amatola, which means the board. Also say that today to the Deputy Minister, I won't have a problem of pronouncement. who are dealing with the water boards along the coast. I'll be direct, Honorable Chairperson. I'll only focus on the questions. I've got 3 questions that I want to speak to. I want to start with Amatola Water Board. They are on their presentation. They speak of amongst the challenges that they are facing as the aging infrastructure. Then the question that I want to ask from them: can they share or elaborate on their strategy to address such a problem? Also, can they speak on the question of stabilizing the board in terms of how they are dealing with the DC processes, and for how long they anticipate that they're going to finish that? Because given the history of that institution, we find it quite good that they are stabilizing the board and repositioning the water board. But if they can share to us for how long, because if they are dealing with consequence management, I can guarantee them that they will have our support. Let me move to the uMngeni. uMngeni, Honorable Chair, speaks of the 3 non-performing areas. And they speak of a project to be, for example, that they were doing at Bizana in the Eastern Cape. They say that the contract was underperforming, and that led to the contractor to being terminated. Now, the question that comes on my mind is that, and they further say that the recruitment for a suitable qualified contractor is underway. Do they mean that the contractor that they gave work previously, the one they terminated, was not a qualified one? Going to the last question, this question involves both the Amatola and uMngeni, because the Rand Water spoke about this question of the non-revenue water and the strategy to address it. But both Amatola and uMngeni Water have not spoken about it. Does it mean that this thing of the non-revenue water is a Gauteng thing, not for those two provinces, which is KZN and the Eastern Cape? If it is, they also experience that problem, can they both share to us what are their plans and the strategy to address the non-revenue water? Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Amatola, there's 2 questions for you. Can you deal with that? Minister, can I continue with them, or would you like to add before they start?
Yeah, Chairperson, I'll request Dr. Shapley to speak on the issues of the stabilization from the board that was inaugurated by the minister not so long ago. And then the CE will then take the other questions that have been asked by Honorable Dlalanga, particularly on the issue of non-revenue water. Thank you so much, Dr. Shapley. You are muted, Mr. Shapley.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, just on the question of stabilizing the entity, what we have done is that we've created the governance structures of the different committees and the flow of information. And one of the things that happened in Amatola Water is that the board would sit for 2 days having a board meeting. We've cut that down. We created efficiency. Our board meetings now last 3 hours, and there's proper processing of information from the different committees. Last year, in a 6 months period, we saved 700,000 just in board fees alone. I know the CE is going to speak on the questions, DM, but one thing we have done is the DCs and the acting CE will speak about, we're just waiting for the sanction of those shop stewards, the 10 shop stewards that have been on suspension. The CE has appealed, the former CE, he has appealed his dismissal. He took us to CCMA. What we have done, we instructed our attorneys to bypass CCMA and rather, instead of conciliation, go straight to Labour Court. so that we save, because if he loses at CCMA, he's going to eventually go to labor court. So to save us costs, we have asked the CCMA to allow us to go straight to the labor court. I just want to make a comment on the aging infrastructure, but I know the acting CE will speak to this. The executives have taken a very strategic decision to hand over some of our pipelines to the municipalities that are in the municipalities, in particular Amatola District Municipality, so that they can then use the grants they get from government to fix some of those, the aging infrastructure. But if it's okay, DM and Chair, I'll hand over to the acting CE to do the rest of the questions.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. To answer the issue of the infrastructure, in our organization, we have the master plan that has been approved, and in that master plan that was approved, it is here to address the aging infrastructure challenges and also to address the expansion that we need to have. So the organization has partnered with the Infrastructure South Africa, that is also, partnering with us in order to ensure that we are addressing the issues of the infrastructure in the province. Also, we do have the infrastructure funding master plan that is also addressing some of the issues that we are looking forward to also ensure that there are developments in the province. Chair, just to also indicate that in terms of our water losses, we are addressing that through the pipe replacement that we have in organization, and also the plans that are incorporated in the master plan are actually assisting us. We are looking forward to also get, the response in 30 days through Treasury in terms of whether we are getting the funding or not. So we have already submitted our application to address the issues of infrastructure. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, uMngeni. uMngeni, can you respond, please, to the three non-performance areas?
The question relates to the Bizana project, where we say that uMngeni uthukela water to terminate a contractor that was poor performing. When you are talking of appointing a suitably qualified service provider, we are saying that we had engaged our internal supply chain processes, where we went to the market and we then invited bids from suitably qualified service providers, and we were able to then appoint we have appointed a service provider in this Bizana project, and the service provider has been introduced to the councillors and the community, and is already now in the process of establishing sites. So it's not that we are saying the service provider that was appointed before was not good enough, but if you understand, there are projects where the Department of Water and Sanitation, when they appoint you as an implementing agent, they then want to reduce the cost by utilizing the in-house contractor, which is the DWS construction unit. What we then found is that the unit was not able to implement the project because of certain limitations that are inherent in the way the organization is structured. As a result, they were not performing and we had to terminate. So we are not saying that the construction unit is not good enough, but we went to the market and able to obtain an entity or a service provider that is able to then deliver to the expectations and finish the project on time for us. Thank you. That is one question. There was a question on the non-revenue water. If uMngeni uthukela water, where we operate, we don't have an issue of non-revenue water. If you look at slide number 10, honorable members, it was because of the interest of time I was summarizing. There we are indicating that in terms of the key performance indicators that we achieved, avoidable water losses for uMngeni Uchukela water is sitting at 3.58%, which is way below the international norm. When you look at the municipalities that we are servicing, eThekwini is sitting at a reported 50 to 58% water losses. So at 3.58% avoidable water losses, we are way below. But there are interventions that we are doing in assisting the municipality. For an example, in eThekwini, through our uMngeni Water Services subsidiary, we have invested our own 50 million as a board to assist with the piloting the non-revenue water project. This, when it's completed, is going to enable the eThekwini to understand what are the challenges, what are the intervention measures they need to put in place, and then they will be able to replicate this pilot project throughout the eThekwini municipality. We have also since signed an MOU with Ugu District Municipality in the South Coast, where we are also going to run the same program with Ugu District Municipality through our subsidiary, which is uMngeni Water Services. This financial year, as part of the tariff, we had put a tariff component which will assist us, allow us to use the money that we'll collect from tariff, ring-fence it, and assist the municipalities in dealing with non-revenue water. But because of the unaffordability of the tariff, that component was removed. Therefore, we are then going to be engaging the municipalities that we are servicing to see how we can assist them with issues of non-revenue water, taking experience from the current interventions that we are having in eThekwini. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leilanga. That was the responses. You satisfied?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairpersons. I must say that I'm satisfied in other areas. If I can put it on percentages, I'm 95% satisfied by the responses. However, on this question of uMngeni and a non-performing contractor, Chair, to me, it doesn't come clear that they've got a strategy to avoid the reoccurrence of what they experienced at Bizana, because they say that if they say they got a qualified and suitable contractor to do the work and it failed, again, they're looking for a qualified, suitable contractor. What if it will fail again? There is no plan and strategy that is displayed to us that how do they plan to avert such a reoccurrence? Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Mkhize, do you want to respond to that?
Chairperson, I had indicated in my submission to the honourable member that the contractor that was terminated, it had an inherent inability to do certain functions because of the way it is structured. It's not a private entity. It's not a private service provider. It's a service provider that is owned by the department, which is then governed by the same PFMA that governs us. As a result, they could not be able to do and expedite certain activities on site. Now, when we go to the market and open market and appoint a service provider who is not governed by this PFMA, those things that the previous service provider that was terminated, that they could not do, the current service provider will be able to do them, including issues of CPG, where we are saying 30% should be allocated to SMMEs, which was a difficulty in implementing by the previous contractor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Dlanga. That was the final response on that. Are you satisfied?
Let me leave with that, Chair, and say that I'm satisfied, but don't do any follow-up.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, good morning to you. I'd like to welcome the 3 presentations that we've received. Chair, I think we're doing well on time, so maybe I take back my initial comments. Chair, I'd like to ask, my first question will go to Amatole. Just to bandwagon on the question that Honorable Delanga has asked in terms of their aging infrastructure, I'd just like to know, because they have mentioned that they've got an infrastructure master plan. Just want to know what's the current capex spend on the on the infrastructure projects, and maybe what projects are in the pipeline currently that maybe we can look forward to that will remedy these the situation of aging infrastructure. Chair, I'd also like to move to the audit findings, the audit plan. I must say that it is taking a bit of time. It's taking time to uptake. 85% of the findings are due to internal controls. And Chair, I'm worried particularly within IT, which seems to have a very slow uptake. I just want to know what plans do they have, particularly in terms of IT, to ensure that we arrest or address the 85% of the findings that we have. And maybe what kind of processes do they have already that are embedded within their governance systems that will ensure that we will see a decline from the 61% in progress to a higher number, and the 29% that they are failing to move over 50% in terms of the audit plan. So I think I'm worried about their audit plan and the slow uptake of it. The municipal debt, I just want to know, because this is, central to their financial viability, what are the highest defaulting municipalities, and have they then applied for their withholding of equitable share to sort of ensure that their municipalities are updated and paying on time? Chair, that's the only concern that I have. My next question to uMngeni Utugela. I just wanted to know maybe the details around the dismissal of one of the board members in January. If they could furnish the portfolio committee with that would be greatly appreciated. And with the delays in the project, when we were there on oversight, they spoke extensively about the Lower uMkomazi project and how they are struggling to get it off due to stakeholders that, the issue of tribal land that wouldn't give them land so that the project can take off. I just want to know the progress with regards to that. And also the same question for them, which municipalities are their biggest defaulters? Because they have expected credit losses of 522 due to their worsening financial conditions. So maybe if they can tell us which are the municipalities that they're anticipating would be their biggest problems, and have they started to reach out to them to sort of to remedy the anticipated challenges. Chair, finally, one of the challenges that a lot of municipalities, a lot of water boards have is the bulk water project and the lack of integration with reticulation infrastructure, which is also noted in their report. I just want to know, because they've got so many bulk water projects, have they then started coordinating in terms of reticulation infrastructure within the respective municipalities? Just so that we can anticipate, a lack of resource wastage on their part. Oh, okay, Chair. And then the last one, Rand Water, really well done on the presentation, Rand Water, and their capex spend. The compliance levels, I think they're doing fantastic. But I just worry that with the recent intervention of increasing water abstraction there, what kind of would we have issues sort of meeting future demand of water supply within the Gauteng metros, and maybe if they can just walk us through that process, Chair. And then there is just the last one.
Honourable Member, can we stick with these questions? I'll come back for a second round. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson, and let me appreciate the questions that have been asked by Honorable Kobe. What I would suggest, Chair, is that the committee is at a high level and knows and is aware of the processes that we've undertaken as a department in as far as the non-payment of municipalities to water board is concerned. I don't think we need to belabor that point, but I think the questions are specific to the water boards in terms of their own actions and as far as communicating with municipalities in relation to their debt. What I would suggest, Chairperson, is that we start with Amatola, uMngeni Utukela, and then Rand Water in respect of the generic questions that have been asked by Honorable Kobe. CE, and then uMkiza will come after, and then Rand Water will then conclude the response to the questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Matola.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to the question that was raised about CAPEX, the organization only spent 5 million because of the deficit that we're operating under. However, there were the applications that were made for funding to ensure that we are increasing the volume. So in terms of that application, we are looking forward to upgrade the treatment plants and also so that we can increase the volumes. With regards to the debt question that was also raised, with regards to the Amatole district municipality that is owing us, we have an agreement that has been signed, and they are also under the debt relief, which is also contributing to our debtors days, because now we are improving a lot. In the past two quarters, we have improved on that in terms of how they are paying. So there is a support, and also there is a continuous commitment that they have signed and also made to us in order to improve our debtors days. With regards to the issues of the ICT systems, mainly the challenges there was due to the fact that we needed to upgrade the system that we are using. That has since been addressed. So the issues that are related to internal control issues are being now addressed because we have upgraded that system and is currently now at the tail end of being completed. So the ICT challenges in the systems that were found to be the internal, the findings by the AG are currently now dropped, and we have improved in those areas. So in terms of the internal controls of our organization, we are managing that, and we are on track in terms of managing all the findings, which are inclusive of the ICT systems that we had a challenge with. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, uMngeni.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, uMngeni Utukela Water, there were questions about more details about the member that was dismissed. Chair, uMngeni Utukela Water received a whistleblower where a board member was implicated in wrongdoing. The investigation was conducted in line with uMngeni Utukela whistleblower policy, where the report was then submitted to the Minister of Water and Sanitation, who then conducted a further investigation. And indeed, it was confirmed that the board member was found to have committed some irregularities that were not in line with his expectation as a board member. And as a result, it was determined that such irregularity warranted a dismissal. And as a result, the minister then dismissed the board member concerned. The second question was on the progress on the Upper uMkomazi, which is the access of land. Yes, in the Upper uMkomazi, we are in the process of completing the feasibility studies. When there was consultation with the tribal chiefs, we then got some support. But after the initial consultation, some of the chiefs that were not part of the initial consultation raised that also the project affects their area, and they will want also to be consulted. I know that the minister has then tasked Deputy Minister Mahlobo to look at the issue of consulting these stakeholders that are now withholding the project. We believe, Chair, that with the consultation process being concluded, we will be able to go ahead and implement the dam project, which will be implemented by Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, TCTA, and uMngeni uThukela Water will be implementing the water treatment works, which is a 625 megaliter water treatment works, which will then be able to benefit 5 water services authority when it's completed. The third question was the municipalities which are major debtors. There are 3 major debtors for us. As I said, we are operating in 7 of the 14 water services authority in KwaZulu-Natal. Out of the 7 where we have bulk supply agreement, Umsunduzi is one of the major debtor with a debt of 900 million. Followed by Ugu District Municipality with a debt of 600 million. Both these 2 municipalities, they have a payment plan with us. After we instituted withholding of an equitable share by National Treasury, they then came and signed a payment plan, which they are honoring, Chair. The 3rd municipality is King Ejwayo District Municipality with a debt of 1.1 billion. This one, Chair, we had to terminate the contract because we were not reaching the mutual agreement, and we are now we have taken the matter to the Department of Water and Sanitation and to Department of COGTA to implement the IGR process, the intergovernmental relations process. But parallel to that process, the board has instructed us to start the legal proceedings against the municipality to recoup this 1.1 billion debt from King Ejwayo District Municipality. The 4th question was the issue of coordination on bulk water infrastructure with the reticulation with the municipalities. As a water board, the expectation is that when we are implementing a bulk water project or bulk infrastructure project, we must consult with the municipality, and we have what is called a bulk water supply master plan, which is a document that is produced in consultation with the municipality, which looks at the demands and which looks at the projected growth over a 40-year horizon. Once we have that master plan, we then agree with the municipality on the implementation of the project, where we sign the offtake agreement with the municipality. And the expectation is that once those offtake agreements have been signed, the municipality will do what is called water service master plan, and align the bulk infrastructure project with the reticulation project, which they then implement using instruments like MIG. So that when the bulk infrastructure project is concluded by uMngeni uThukela Water, we just connect to the reticulation network and we are able to then supply the municipalities. I must say, Chair, there are very few municipalities where we found that we complete the bulk project and we found that the reticulation is not ready, or where you find that is the other way around, where the municipality goes ahead and put up a reticulation infrastructure when there is no bulk network. So those are not the issues we usually find within our area of operation. I think those were the questions that were asked from uMngeni together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rand Water?
Yes.
The GCE will respond, the Chair.
Continue
Sorry about
that.
that. Yeah, sorry about that, Chair, DM. Honorable Kobe, the concern around the coordination of bulk projects with reticulation infrastructure is actually well placed within the Gauteng context. In fact, it's a matter that has been raised by the AGSA in various platforms in terms of the lived experience of the people, as Honorable Reddy indicates, on the ground, that the work that we're doing in bulk should be felt by the actual individual households and consumers. I think it could be better managed in terms of synchronizing, but it is coordinated. The bulk infrastructure upgrade, it's really informed by the municipal water services development plans that indicates the demand for water in the now and going forward. We then take their demand projections in terms of areas of growth. We also link it with the information that we get from various bureaus, including Stats SA, and then upgrade our infrastructure accordingly so that we meet future demands well in advance. A living example is the System 5A that emanates from 2009 augmentation scheme, where the municipalities have already indicated the demand for water that they need in 2025 and beyond, 2030 in this specific instance, and we work our infrastructure accordingly. And in some instances, like for example, in the Aikenhof system that supplies particularly the west part of Johannesburg, you'll see that we have augmented our ability and capability to pump from that system, but we still have projects that are slightly lagging behind from the Joburg water side. So although we can pump more into that system, but because of the project in terms of the reservoirs on the other end, they're lagging behind. So it is coordinated, but it's not perfectly synced in certain instances, so that as soon as we're done from our end, they're able to reticulate that water. And then, of course, the challenges in that space have been well documented in terms of the backlog. So it is a matter that we can improve on, but it is well coordinated. Lastly, I think the second point I think is very important for us, the increase in water abstraction. Our view is that it's a short-term intervention, but it must not be seen as a panacea. It was meant to assist the problem now, but in my view, it's just papering the cracks. We need to go into the root cause of water supply challenges in Gauteng. And those are in relation to high non-revenue water that is sitting at about 50%. In our area of operation, we know that in terms of the system input volume is sitting at around 300 liters per person per day. And a large component of that goes into water losses, particularly real losses, physical losses, and that has to be attended to in the distribution network. And then we have rolled out various partnerships. We have what we call 1% demand management project that takes 1% from their revenue that they pay in advance. Those funds we then direct in a ring-fenced way to individual municipalities, but they are also only assisting in the short term. There needs to be a lot more investments in that area. So the abstraction and the putting of water into the system in the short term, every time there is a summer and high demand, will not assist with resolution of water crisis in Gauteng. All of us need to put our efforts in reducing high non-revenue water, which is north of 1 billion liters a day in Gauteng that goes into wastage. If we can get our municipalities in collaboration and in partnership with other stakeholders within the public and the private sector to reduce that non-revenue water, particularly fecal losses, it will assist in the long term. but the increased obstruction in the short term will just assist the system to balance off. But if the weather changes and the demand increases, it's going to be back to square one. So I think it assists in the short term, but in the long term, we need to deal with the root cause of water crisis in Gauteng. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kobe. That was the responses. You satisfied?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to know just one thing. The 415 million in dispute irregular expenditure for Rand Water. If the CE can speak to that, I'd appreciate it, but I'm satisfied. Thanks, Chair.
You can continue, Mr. Masai.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, yes, Kobe. I think Honorable Member Kobe, at the tail end of the financial year, the AG had indicated that there are matters from their point of view that are irregular, and we obviously hold a different view. There are processes and mechanisms that have been set between the two organizations to resolve those disputes. So they're being attended to. We hope at the end of this financial year, those will be resolved and obviously removed from our irregular expenditure as part of the process that we both following with the AGSA. But it's really nothing untoward. They make findings and they put them under potential. We recognize some of them, but we put them through the dispute resolution. Throughout the year, we find a resolution in those, and our belief and firm belief that we'll find each other, and those will be removed from our irregular expenditure, reducing it substantially from what we have observed in the year under review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, DM and the team, chairpersons of the board and the CEs and the delegations from the board, honorable members. Chairperson, let me also welcome the presentations and congratulate all the boards for their improved performance. Most of the board, they are doing very well. They are trying their utmost level best, though we do not feel it. But where we have visited the boards, Chairperson, we have noticed that they are really trying. Chair, let me also congratulate the Rand Water for their appointment to Zanzibar. I hope they will represent us well and not forget about South Africa. They must still continue with the good work that they are doing. I've got a concern with regard to the increase in the overall staff cost. In all the boards, there is that a challenge. I just want to know why is it happening like that and what measures are in place to try to resolve such a challenge. And then, Chairperson, I have the same concern as Honorable Member Dukobe when it comes to the issue of Gauteng. My question is directed to the board, Rand Water, as well as to the department. In as much as the board is performing excellently so, and their income or their revenue has improved. But what we are seeing is not what we are expecting. We can't have a board performing with surpluses while people do not have water. The board will just supply water and 50% of that is lost. Not forgetting that is the responsibilities of the municipality to make sure that the water does not leak. But there are leaks. It's a serious challenge. We see it almost every month. Gauteng is on our social media with the challenge of water. I know it's not the responsibility of the board and the department, but I will plead with the board as well as the department through you, Chair, to try and come up with a plan as to how they can assist Gauteng with these leakages. Even when it comes to taking the money, doing the job on their behalf, let it be so. But people, they do not have to suffer because somebody is not his or her responsibility. And then the other question, Chairperson, is with regard to Amatole. The issue of 85% was asked by Comrade Edikobe again. And then my problem with Amatole, with regard to the performance, their strategic risk, it's there. But the main risk is with their financial viability. I just want to find out as to what plan do they have in place to make sure that they address this problem, because it has been audit finding throughout the years. And then my last question to Amatole, uMngeni, Chair, is with regard to the 47 terminations. I just want to know how many of those resigned, how many retired, and how many were dismissed. And they must also, the issue of staff cost, I've covered it. Thank you, Chairperson. Those
Thank you very much. Let's first go to the Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, thank you. Ke a leboga, Mogaetsho, Kgaitsedi ke Gakilwe. Chairperson, DG is here. Honorable Kegakilwe's second point on the interventions, particularly noting that it is the responsibility of municipalities to do the reticulation part of the delivery of the water. DG, I wonder if you would want to come in from the side of the department in responding to that question, and then Chairperson will then go to Rand Water, and then Amatola, as well as then conclude with uMngeni Uthugela. In that order. DG, if you may come in, please.
Thank you, DM. Are you referring to the question about Rand Water potentially assisting the municipalities with maintenance to reduce leaks?
Particularly in respect of what we are doing as a department, also in addressing those issues with municipalities, in addressing their leaks and the support that we're providing to them. Yes. And then Rand Water will obviously come in if they've got their own programs in as far as that is concerned. Thank you, DG.
Okay, so Rand Water can't use its surplus money to go and repair leaks in the municipalities. It would be irregular. The municipalities have to use revenue from the sale of water in terms of the financial system in the country, and we're not allowed to give money to the municipalities either to do routine maintenance. It would also be a regular expenditure on our behalf if, for example, we tried to give a grant to Johannesburg to use to fix leaks in their distribution system. We offer the municipalities technical support and advice, and I think Rand Water has offered and does provide a huge amount of advice and including technical advice. Any of the municipalities at any time can ask Rand Water, please can you advise us with regard to this or that particular technical issue and how they should go around managing their technical problems. And Rand Water is always responsive and provides that advice. But municipalities must use their own revenue to do the routine maintenance, such as fixing of leaks. We also provide support to all the municipalities in terms of helping, offering them assistance to mobilize private sector finance to get involved in reducing leaks. Joburg, thankfully, has recently approached our Water Partnerships Office, which is our unit that we use to provide that advice to municipalities, to help them to bring a project, a non-revenue water reduction project to the market, to mobilize private sector finance to replace the old leaking pipes in Johannesburg. And they can get a return on that investment from the reduced non-revenue water. And we're doing that as well in other municipalities. We're working with eThekwini and Tshwane and Polokwane and a number of municipalities where we've offered to assist them to develop business cases and feasibility studies and to develop the right tender documentation to go to the market for private sector companies and private together with private sector finance, to assist the municipalities to do things like reduce non-revenue water. And then there are also all the reforms that we are implementing together with National Treasury are aimed at addressing this issue. It's very important to ring-fence revenue from the sale of water and to ring-fence management accountability. At the moment, effectively all the municipalities in Gauteng get a budget. The water and sanitation departments and Joburg Water, they get a budget every year, which is not directly linked to the amount of revenue collected from the sale of water. So they don't have a strong incentive to manage their systems in such a way as to minimize the leaks. So it's very important that ring fencing of revenue happens and there's single point accountability, so that the MD of Joburg Water has a very strong incentive, so that he knows that if he can reduce leaks in the distribution system, then he will get the increased revenue to further improve the system, and so that he can be held accountable for doing that. So he can't say it's not happening because of someone else in the city is not doing their work properly. So we're working very closely with National Treasury on encouraging municipalities to do those reforms, and the Water Services Amendment Bill, which is currently before Parliament, will also assist in creating the right environment for those reforms to be implemented. I hope that covers it, dear.
Thank you, Randwater.
Mr. Masai?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I think I've been sufficiently covered by the DG. From our end is to remain ready and be available to support our municipalities. But most of the weightlifting must be done by our municipalities. We are really hopeful of the interventions that the DG outlined in terms of ring fencing these trading entities, so that they are able to do exactly that and invest in the main on their infrastructure, replace it to fix the leaks. From our end, very briefly, as I indicated, that we are working with all the metros with the little money that we have ring-fenced from the revenue to attend to non-revenue issues, particularly the fixing of the leaks. As the committee knows, in uMngeni, where there's been total infrastructure collapse, we are hopeful that the pilot project that we have on the special purpose vehicle that we've got going in partnership with the World Bank and the Water Partnership Office in certain areas, as the DG indicated, will go a long way in professionalizing that space, capacitating it, upgrading, refurbishing, and ensuring that we have sound operations and management discipline in terms of standard operating procedures in those municipalities. We're hopeful that it will go well and we'll be able to extend it into other municipalities that are experiencing the similar challenges, particularly in our area of operation, the municipalities of Mpumalanga, Governberg, Victor Kanye, Merafong here in Gauteng, Rand West, and those, so that as Honorable Member indicates, that we can't be sitting here and say we are doing well when our customers at tail end are really struggling, and we're starting to see that impact into our numbers. So ours, it's not to point the fingers in terms of where the problems are, but ours is to partner with them and find a way of attending to those challenges. The chairperson has led us into all the metros at the executive mayor level to say what is it that we can assist. I'm also happy to report, DM, honorable members, that at our strategic planning session Thursday and Friday, the focus will be how do we do exactly that? How do we provide the necessary support? How do we reposition ourselves without compromising our balance sheet and our stability, but also be alive to the challenges at our reticulation network? So that is our approach in dealing with this issue going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Amatola?
Thank you very much, Chair. To address the issue of the staff increase, at Amatola Water, during 2024-25 financial year, there were a lot of vacancies, which were inclusive of the executive management positions, and those vacancies were since been filled. That is the reason as to why there was a staff increase in terms of our organization. There was also a lot of replacements in some of the units, that is inclusive of corporate services. We were having a lot of vacancies there. So we have tried by all means to ensure that there is a continuous business, a continuity in the organization by filling all the vacancies that are very critical. To address the question that is related to the risk, that is talking about the financial viability. Yes, Chair, at Amatola Water, we have the financial turnaround strategy that we have developed that are also accounting at on a quarterly basis that is addressing the issue of managing and also ensuring that there is a financial stability in the entity. So in that, we also have the application that we have submitted through Infrastructure South Africa, which is also aiming at addressing the infrastructure challenges that we're going to upgrade in order to ensure that we are providing more volumes so that we can generate more revenue for our entity. So those are the strategies that we are using to ensure that there is an improvement around the issues of financial stability in the entity. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe, there was the responses.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the responses and welcome what the department is doing as well as what Rand Water is doing. Chairperson, despite all those things, they've been done for years, but the situation remains the same. And then I hope the strategic planning for the Rand Water will really assist the people of Gauteng. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the responses.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Good morning, DM colleagues, to all the board members and colleagues on the call. Chair, I'll try and keep it short because I know we're coming up on that 12 o'clock deadline that people are concerned around. I've got two key concern areas. The first I mentioned a few weeks ago, I said I'd be asking when it came around, is with regards to the irregular and fruitless expenditure balances from RW. Their presentation was quite light with regards to it, and obviously it's a significant number. It's now risen to well over $1 billion. And I think we need more detail. So I'd like to request, if possible, can we get a report on that within the next 2 weeks to get an idea of how much of it is legacy, how much of it is new, the nature of the non-compliance involved, is it contracts or projects affected, are any officials held accountable? Rand Water have the unenviable situation of they're the big player in the space, so their numbers are bigger, and thus they're going to get the scrutiny, and I don't apologize for that. And the second issue, and I'd like from both of the two water boards I'm going to talk about, but also the department, I'd really appreciate DM, maybe the DG can come in or someone else, but I'm concerned both uMngeni Utikela and Amatola, they're doing fine, and I'm glad to see that Amatola particularly is slowly moving in the right direction and building towards stability. But they both have these plans to expand into rural areas, and I have a concern around that, in that when we look at most of the customers who are not paying across all of our water boards, it's our smaller municipal customers. It's not your Joburgs or your eThekwini's. It's your Marathons, your Governor Mbekis. And I can't quite include Machabeng because really they're as big as a municipality can get without being a metropolitan municipality. But my concern is where both UUW's fiscus seems to be tightening from the reports that we're seeing, and Amatola is still trying to desperately push itself towards financial stability. Plans, I'm very interested in the department's plans, what they consider with regards to the expansion into small municipalities who, by the trend, will continue to not pay properly. And it's not that we don't want to expand provision. Obviously, that's got to be a key component, but we can't be creating new set of banks. I think that's the reality here. It's fine when Rand Water is huge and it's got a stable balance that it can do this type of expansion. But entities that aren't stable, I do have a concern. And UUW, I don't mean to do you a disservice, but there is a trend that's starting to worry me there. So specifically, I'd like to say with Amatola Water, you have had your cash has fallen from over 500 million to just over 100 million in the past 5 years, with large deficits continuing. Can Amatola Water honestly assure this committee that it will stabilize before its cash runs out, especially with this broader model depending on the expansion of services into smaller municipalities who often do not pay and will further weaken the board's financial position? And the third question is to uMngeni Otekela, which is, again, there's a plan to expand northwards, I think, to more municipalities, including smaller and financially distressed ones. You've already got a large challenge. I think Ugu district is a challenge for UUW. Is the model currently sustainable, or are we relying on these stronger municipalities to keep the board afloat? And if we put too much pressure on it, will we eventually pull the entire system down? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, thank you, and thank you to Honorable Moore for the questions. I think DG, Honorable Moore does ask us to provide, obviously, our opinion in as far as that is concerned, and I think it's a fair concern that Honorable Moore raises, Chairperson. Outside of the fact that those municipalities obviously do receive equitable share that covers the indigents, but I would imagine the DG would be more give a high-level response to Honorable Moore in as far as that is concerned, and then the respective water boards can then be able to answer the questions that Honorable Moore asked in the order of Amatola, uMngeni, Otekela, and Rand Water, Chairperson. DG?
Thank you very much, DM. I think you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned the fact that the municipalities get the equitable share, and the portion of the equitable share is calculated to enable the municipalities to provide free basic water to the indigent. So in terms of the financial system of the country, the fact that a municipality has a high level of indigent people shouldn't mean that the municipality can't provide water in a financially sustainable way. The underlying problem is not that there are municipalities which have low income levels. The underlying problem is that the municipalities are not using the equitable share for the purpose that it was intended for, and they're using that money for other purposes. Many municipal water and sanitation managers tell us they've never seen any of that equitable share money, which is supposed to go to them to subsidize providing free basic water to the indigent. Then also, I think the whole intention of the water boards, in terms of the Water Services Act, is to provide bulk municipal water to achieve economies of scale. In other words, where it's more efficient for a water board to build abstraction capacity, water treatment capacity, storage capacity, and use that capacity to serve several municipalities, then it makes sense to do so. And I think that principle is intended in the Water Services Act to apply all over the country. So if there are areas of the Eastern Cape where, again, there would be economies of scale by having the water board provide a service rather than the municipalities building their own abstraction and treatment and storage infrastructure, which they are legally able to do. I think Amatola, in terms of the Water Services Act, is obliged to offer that service to achieve those economies of scale. But of course, Amatola Water can't provide that water to the municipalities for free. The municipalities must agree. They must appoint Amatola as a water service provider, and they must agree to a contract with Amatola and agree to pay. And Amatola must then follow up and make sure that they receive payment. So I agree with Honourable Moore that there is a widespread problem, and it is more pervasive in the smaller municipalities and the rural municipalities of non-payment. But I'm not sure that the answer is to stop providing water board services in those areas. The answer is more to fix the municipalities, to make sure that they use the equitable share for the intended purpose, and to make sure that they pay the water boards for the water provided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. uMngeni?
Chair, uMngeni, together we've been covered by the response that has been issued by the DG on the model of supplying water to poor municipalities. I think also, Chair, we need to note that South Africa is a developmental state. Therefore, we cannot then deny people who are not affording to have the basic right, which is constitutional right, which is water. There is a need to then look at how we ensure that there is a balance in terms of those that are economically capable and those that are economically not capable to pay for the service, that they also get rendered the service. And the DG has spoken clearly that the equitable share was meant to address that, but some municipalities are misusing the equitable share instrument for their own purposes. If it was not for that, then every area will be able to then receive water services, and those that are indigent in accordance with the indigent register will then be subsidized through the equitable share. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Amatola?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to other responses, I am partly covered by the DG. However, I also want to allude in terms of how we are managing the deficit that we're currently operating under. At Amatola Water, we are having a structure that has been recently approved, which is consisting of the business development unit that is going to look for opportunities to expand in terms of getting more municipalities across the province. However, what we will be doing, we will ensure that we are doing a due diligence to check whether those municipalities will be able to pay us. And also, in the process of doing that, we are managing the projects that we're currently having in order to ensure that the timeframes and the projects are coming to its completion, to ensure that we are generating a revenue that is going to make an impact in our organization. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Rand Water, on that report that was requested.
Yes, Chair, we noted the request by Mr. Moore and will do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, that was your responses.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the responses. I think I'm very much in agreement with the DG. Obviously, it's absolutely critical that we continue to push our developmental model. I just think we also have to do it with eyes wide open. With the macro problem we have, there's a significant number of efforts to try and resolve the issue, but we also need to be aware that this is a threat. And if we continue to expand the network without having taken into account the potential for growing debts, we can create, like I say, another Sedibeng, and that would be a tragedy, because particularly, and it's not an attack on the current team of people turning it around, but Amatola is in a fragile state, and we need to be careful as we stabilize that, because the Eastern Cape needs a strong water board that can expand and continue to offer more services. So I support it, but I just say, especially while we're still putting in place the efforts to start fixing municipalities, and it's mainly been driven by the Department of Water and Sanitation as opposed to COGTA, which is a frustration that I won't go into here, but I think we all are. I think we do need to just be aware of it. moving forward. And next time we see reports and things, let's just be cognizant. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Honorable Matutu.
Chair, you have recognized my hand. Sorry, I changed devices, so.
So yeah, you
raised
went
my
off.
hand.
I was not aware, but I see your hand, so I'll come back to you when you're now last in the row. These was before you. You went off the device. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, board members. I also welcome the presentation. uMngeni water, run water, Amathole. But I have a direct question to Amathole. Before ndingene kuyona, I second my colleague, Comrade Bis, ukuthi makube khona a special investigation uMngeni water. Let me go through Chairperson through you Amathole water. My question is very simple because I'm also covered by my colleagues. Ukuthi Amathole water iyayenza na i-contribution to support abantu bakuthi, let's say example i-boreholes, because Eastern Cape were the worst province undeveloped, abantu bakuthi abasela nenkomo and abanamanzi, o-R Tambo, Mqanduli, ko-121 ukuya pha ko-Haven, ko-Cwebe, Madwaleni. So i-question yami ilapho ukuthi yintoni na angabancedisa ngayo, uyayibona Amathole board water ukuthi assist abantu bakuthi because of besokola ngenxa ye-corruption yomasipala, because omasipala ba-corrupt ngeyona ndlela, yiyo lento abantu bakuthi besasafarisha nangoku. There is no service delivery. Kutyiwa nje imali ko-R Tambo. Ubona nje ama-truck esehle senyuka amanzi nje, but amanzi awaye ebantwini and akukho pipes, abantu basasela neenkomo. So bendizocela nje apho acting CEO waseMathole water undiphendule ukuthi niyayenza na i-contribution, because uRand Water ndimvile u-CEO wakhona esithi kukhona into abayenzayo nakwi-area yakhe apho azalwa khona, uyabona baya-contributa boreholes whatever. Thank you very much. Umbuzo wami ulapho nje, bona ukuthi makeke niyifake ngefestile le into kuba abantu bakuthi bayasokola. Thank you.
Thank you. Amatola.
The chairperson, just to indicate that the honorable member is asking Amatola, just for the sake of the colleagues, in terms of whether they are contributing towards the building of boreholes for communities that are obviously in distress, highlighting obviously the examples that he has indicated in terms of the rural nature and extent the inability of many communities to pay who do not have access to piped water and as such, and whether Amatola is in the position to then be able to contribute in as far as that is concerned, with obviously Rand Water cited as an example in as far as what they are also able to do for communities. I suppose that by and large covers the question of the honorable member, outside of the examples that he has made in as far as corruption in municipalities with water tankers that are driving around but with people not getting water. I suspect that I've covered that in as far as the summary is concerned of the honorable member's question to Amatola Water. Thank you so much, Chair. CEO, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to the response on the question, Chair, we understand that the contribution resides on the municipalities. At this stage, Amatola Water, due to its finances, we are unable to support the municipalities in order to ensure that there is a progress that is being made. However, should we have the financial stability in our area, we will then be able. But now, since I have presented that we have a challenge of the finances, our financial constraints, are making us not to be able to contribute more in the areas where they are struggling to get those potholes. But since we are assisting the municipalities, we are able to say we can assist where we can. But currently, the challenge that we have is really needing us to make sure that we are responding to the financial turnaround strategy that we're implementing, that we are accounting for at a national level. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matutu. That was the response.
Yes, Chair. I understand because the financial crisis, but also ngiyacela bakithi acting CEO ukuthi xa kukhona igap oyifumanayo ukucontribute kwezilali ndizitshoyo, especially phaa ko-OR Tambo, ko-Ward 21 eMqanduli nako-Haven 12 kunzima abantu bakuthi basasela nenkomo nasezikolweni, there is no water. Uyayibona loo nto. I understand ukuthi nikwimeko emaxongo ngoku, but it's disappointing into yomasipala aba-corrupt ngeyona ndlela. Uyayibona loo nto leyo. So ndiyabulela. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramayila.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, honorable members, the DG, and supporting staff, and the three water boards. And let me also join those who appreciate the presentations that have been made, and we also note the progress that is being made, Chair. But my question cuts across, Chair, and it relates more to government planning tools. So what I want really to understand is what is the reflection of this government planning tools, or is there an alignment in as far as the budgets that are presented to, for instance, the medium-term development plan 2024-2029, medium-term expenditure framework, and that's in the main how government is planning. So are the budget aligned or have a reflection on these planning tools? And it does relate to what I previously asked in terms of projections, future projections, long-term, medium and long-term planning. Secondly is that, like I said, how aligned then are these budgets to, for instance, fiscal policy? That has to do more with the reduction of debts, fiscal responsibility, that is avoiding in the main budget deficits, and thirdly, fiscal crisis that relates to the declining of revenue, which affects some of these water boards here. What is the reflection on these critical planning tools? Because water boards should not be planning parallel from the broader planning horizon of government as overarched by national development plan. And my last one would really go to the department, the DG here, that in terms of the current finance model for the water boards, or the current finance model for water boards, for me it seems to be not sustainable, particularly when it comes to predominantly rural water boards, because the current model is based on mostly self-funding, tariff-based system. And we know for a fact that those water boards that are predominantly rural, almost more than 50% of their clientele, of their customers, are indigenous. Now, when we look at the financial sustainability, taking this into consideration and using the same funding model for the urban water boards and for the rural water boards, is the department not considering re-looking it is the financial modeling, so that even rural water boards can become financially sustainable, because with the current model, it doesn't allow the rural water boards to become financially sustainable. We keep on coming to these meetings, complaining about how municipalities or clients are not paying the water boards. This current model in its structure uh, is not suitable for rural water boards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Ramaila does not discount, of course, the fact that water boards are governed by the PFMA and are supposed to be self-financing through the categories that he mentions. But I think the question is about whether that is sustainable in the long run, particularly in consideration of rural water boards as he mentions them. Can I then hand over to DG to then respond to Honorable Ramaila's question around that particular last aspect, and then Rendota uMngeni Utugela, and then Amatola on the issues that he raises around financial planning that should be in line with government programs. DG, over to you.
Thank you very much, DM. Yes, the water board's plans are aligned to the medium-term development plan and the medium-term expenditure framework. We as DWS are required to align our plans with the National Medium-Term Development Plan. We have to go through a process with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, which ensures that our plans are aligned with the MTDP. They check that they are, and they ask us to make changes if they think that they're not. And we in turn apply that same framework to the water boards. So the water board's plans have to be approved by our minister. Toko and her team look at the water board's plans and make sure that they're aligned to our plans, which in turn are aligned to the MTDP. So there is a process of alignment across from the MTDP through DWS to the water boards to ensure that that alignment does take place. It's not us who sets the fiscal framework, including for the water sector, it's National Treasury, and they do that through the medium-term expenditure framework. They do ask us to make inputs, but it's them who make the decisions. So if the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation feels that there should be changes to the fiscal framework for the water sector and for the model for how the water boards are funded, it would have to be something that the PC would need to raise with National Treasury, because they and the Minister of Finance decide on the medium-term expenditure framework. As it is, the medium-term expenditure framework makes it clear that the water boards must be financially self-sustaining. There's no provision in the medium-term expenditure framework for DWS to use its budget to subsidize the water boards in any way. I think that is the best answer I can give, DM. Thank you.
Is there one of the water boards that would like to add to the responses? No, it seems there's nobody.
Honorable Chair, we are covered by the response by the DG. It applies to all water boards. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Ramaila, that was the responses. Are you satisfied?
No. Thank you, Chair. Well, I will say I'm partly satisfied, because really the question which I want to sustain, Chair, is the financial sustainability of, in the main, rural water boards. Every year we sit in these meetings. We sit with a situation where WSAs are not paying, and some are not paying not because of their own making, but also because of their fiscal policy challenges as well. But I think maybe something that may need to be looked into in a long term. I'm happy so far then, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Honorable Ditebe, I just would like to say to Honorable Reddy that I have never given you only 3 minutes. I even allowed the Honorable member of Action SA, Honorable Kobe, to ask 6 questions. You're more than welcome to raise your hand for a second round of questions. We are here till 1 o'clock. If there's more questions to that. And secondly, I just would like to inform that the committee still needs to take a decision on this matter, but our next oversight visit will be to the Eastern Cape, going to look at infrastructure and also the Water Board and other entities in the Eastern Cape. So, Honourable Ditebe, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know if you can see me. I've switched on my camera.
Can see you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, greetings to you, honorable members, the DM and the Minister in absentia, DG, all chairs of the boards and CEEs, the executives. Chairperson, just a few quick questions, but before I do that, upon Honorable Reddy suggesting that there should be an independent technical forensic investigation into the matter of the valve at the uMngeni Tugela, you suggested that the board should perhaps deal with that on its own. I would like to say, while that, sorry, Chairperson, there may be a bit of noise in the background, that while that is something that the board may want to look into, I think we need to be very clear. Just hold on. We need to be very clear that you know, there are operational issues at each and every organization, and that those particular operations, you know, the entity, even sometimes at the level of the CE, etc., can be dealt with. Because, you know, we need to ask ourselves whether there's any value for money in us calling for certain things to be done, Chairperson. And I'm not
point of order, Chairperson. I mean, come on.
So
let's be professional
as I
here.
continue, Chairperson,
I have a point of order.
Honourable member, please let him continue. You'll get your
This is a point of order. I'm raising a point of order.
As I continue.
Give me a second, Honourable Reddy. What is your point of order?
The process, Chair, is that members will raise their questions. I didn't know that we get responses from other members to our questions.
Yeah.
My question was asked. I got a response. I'm happy with the response. Now, why is this member adopting an approach that he's responding to my question? Is he from the water boards? So this is not, this is unprocedural. He must stop doing this. Ask his
Honourable
own
Reddy,
question.
you've made your point. Honourable Ditebe is 100% correct. I've made a ruling on this that the Water Board should decide on this, and even the Minister can. So can we continue with the questioning, please?
Chairperson, my understanding, sorry, not your ruling notwithstanding, is that we collectively and as different political parties exercise oversight over these entities. And I believe that I'm perfectly within my right to express my views about this, because it's also about value for money. As I step off that, Chairperson, I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to the water boards generally, the 3 water boards. After the Minister of Finance delivered the budget, he said on that day that the budget facility for infrastructure, that vista was open and that it could then be tapped into. Perhaps to the DG and the Deputy Minister, with regards to underserved areas in terms of infrastructure across the water boards, is it possible on an agency basis for these water boards to tap into the BFI? And we've heard that the BFI, you know, extends even to hospitals, George Mukari, etc. Can we look at that in terms of what the intent is in terms broadly of the 1 trillion rand set aside for infrastructure? and hundreds of billions of rand in terms of water and sanitation. So that, Chairperson, where possible, the water boards working together with water service authorities and in anticipation of the amendment to the Water Services Act 108 of 1997 can then extend their reach into areas that historically have not had access to water, etc. The second one, Chairperson, to uMngeni Tugela, I think it is Umsunduzi River. If you look at the River Health Deputy Minister, that river goes past KwaXimba, that package of about 400 million rand, and thanks to the department for ensuring that people in those areas receive water. But before I get to that, with regards to the river health, that, as far as I know, is still operated by means of diesel, that particular, the generator there, and with the geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and with the barrel of oil going way beyond $100, etc. Is that not risky? When are we going to ensure that we work with other entities of the state, such as Eskom, etc., to ensure that there is reliable energy there? Because I believe that our energy availability factor has long surpassed 70. And so can we have that done? But back to the issue of the river health. Again, back to the BFI, is it possible that can be that can be done by the concerned water board, so that we benefit from a resource as important as that, Chairperson, to rent water? Thanks with regards to the CSI, 100 million rand plus, and may that continue. But just with regards to how they react to in the local authority when there are leaks, etc. What criteria are used to ensure that this one?
I'm not sure whether it's only on my side, but I can't hear the honourable member.
One merits using
The system kicks out nonsense.
Something of an experiment.
Honourable Diteberry, your signal is bad.
I didn't hear that.
I say your signal is bad. You are cutting out.
Oh, okay. Okay, which part did you not hear, Chairperson?
Just you stopped after CSI on Rand Water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was with regards to what criteria are used at the foundation to determine that they could complement such things as fixing water leaks, etc. That was my question. The last one, Mfuleni, it's one very important experiment, Chairperson, if one may say. We know that there are 105 out of 144 municipalities or say water service authorities that are critical. Again, Chairperson, has Mfuleni as a case study, can it be replicated? Can that be shared with other municipalities, water service authorities? Because we do indeed need an Mfuleni-esque intervention in quite a number of these water service authorities, more than 100 of them, as I've said. So this is basically just a broad question, both to the department and the water board, that is Rand Water, because I have said over and over again, there is no cookie cutter approach to that, but we do need to replicate that wherever feasible, Chairperson. Thank you very, very much, Chairperson, for listening to me while asking these questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Deputy Minister?
Chairperson, thank you so much, and thank you to Honourable Tebe for the questions. Chair, I want to make two suggestions. DG, that we take the question on the BFI and the last part of the question from Honourable Tebe. I think, Chairperson, maybe it might augur well for the department to then respond to those two questions, and then the water boards that have been asked. questions can then be able to respond. But just suffice to say, Chairperson, in terms of the river health, I mean, we know that I've raised concerns around the issues of the pollutants that enter our water resources, rendering it quite difficult for our water boards to be able to abstract and treat that water to the level of standard that is required in terms of Sense 241. In relation to this particular river that Honorable Ditebe refers to, there's quite a lot of factories that are discharging into that particular river. And it is something that I think uMngeni together can be able to look into. I know that they're doing quite well in terms of their river health or catchment management monitoring, and as far as pollution is concerned, they'll be able to respond to that quite comprehensively, Chairperson. But I just wanted to indicate that there is a problem of factories being allowed to actually discharge into that particular water resource. And it's something that we, as a department, from a regulation enforcement and compliance point of view, we also need to be really, really hands-on on that particular issue. DG, if we can respond really to those particular two questions from Honorable Ditebe on the BFI, as well as the last part on the replication of the SPV, and then Rand Water and uMngeni together will then be able to come in, Chairperson, and respond on those particular questions that have been asked by Honorable Ditebe. DG?
Thank you, dear. The BFI stands for Budget Facility for Infrastructure, which is a budgeting mechanism in National Treasury for where any government bodies can submit proposals for access to money that Treasury has put aside, particularly for infrastructure, to be allocated to infrastructure projects through this BFI mechanism. Water boards are able to apply. Some of the water boards have already successfully applied and obtained BFI allocations with the support of DWS. We normally encourage the water boards to work together with the Infrastructure Fund, which is an entity which was created by the President to assist all of government to put in place blended finance projects. In other words, projects which are a mix of funded from government and funded from private sector financing. The Committee in National Treasury, which assesses proposals or requests for funding from the BFI, prioritize requests or proposals which involve a mix of funding of a government contribution and funding raised elsewhere. And the water boards are well positioned to bring forward blended finance projects of that nature because they can borrow money on the markets or they can use their own money to make a contribution. But some of the projects might require an allocation from government as well to make them viable and bankable. So yes, we are here to assist more of our water boards to do applications together with the Infrastructure Fund for more projects to be funded through the Infrastructure Fund. I agree with the Honourable Member. It's a big opportunity, especially as National Treasury has made more money available. The Minister of Finance announced it to be channeled through the BFI. So we should be taking more water board requests for funding for blended finance to that mechanism. And we will assist the water boards in that regard. On the second question, sorry, what was the second question about again?
It's the expanding.
The uMngeni model, yes. Honourable Member, for Rand Water to do what it's doing with uMngeni, it needs to have the substantial, healthy balance sheet that Rand Water has, and the other water board that we have, which has a balance sheet of the same order of strength as Rand Water, is uMngeni Utigela Water Board. uMngeni Utigela Water Board, I know perhaps the CE can come in after me, but I know they are looking closely at what Rand Water has done in uMngeni and having discussions with various municipalities in KZN with the possibility of exploring doing a similar thing with certain municipalities in KZN as well. For our water boards, which don't have such strong balance sheets and which are experiencing financial difficulties as a result of non-payment by the municipalities such as Vaal Central and Magalies, is going to be more difficult to do this kind of public-public partnership to be a water service provider in those areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rand Water, would you like to add?
Yes, Chair. I think very quickly, yeah, as the DG is saying, the uMngeni model, it's a pilot one. Of course, we want to do it sustainably, but at the same time ensuring that we don't compromise the bulk part of the business. And a lot of gaps have been identified in terms of the approvals that we have. We have to close them. And certainly we can learn from that and look at the possibility of expanding it. So it is a pilot, and then of course other municipalities have indicated their interest. But of course, from our end, we need to make sure that we close all the gaps, learn the lessons as far as we can learn. But you're right that Honorable Ditebe, that it cannot be cookie cutter kind of an approach. And of course, we are excited about it, but we are also cautiously excited about it in terms of those lessons. Just specifically on how do you assist the municipalities in the leaks at the group level? Of course, as I indicated in my presentation, for those municipalities that are happy to do so, from their tariff, they add 1%. That percent is ring fence, and is ring fence for those municipalities to attend to water conservation and demand management measures, including the leaks. Albeit not sufficient, it assists some of the municipalities to attend to, big leaks, like we're seeing in a few of them. So that money really goes back to them. So at the group level, that's how we assist them. But at the foundation level, I think our foundation as a corporate social investment arm, it's obviously driven by the need to give back in our area of operation. It's a WASH kind of driven model where we look at water and sanitation and hygiene requirements of our municipalities, and through a process of receiving applications, we assess them and align them with our strategic objectives. For example, on the leaks, we look at the areas that have got the biggest leaks, which in our area will be uMngeni. And from corporate social investment, we work with them and see what is it that we can do, however small that it may be, to assist them. In other areas, you will see we have a serious footprint in Mpumalanga and areas that have a rural makeup, where we are installing boreholes and assisting those municipalities where they cannot reach out some of their areas through bulk infrastructure. We have rolled quite a number of this in our area of operation, similarly with the hygiene and so forth. Of course, we have adopted a learner kind of a project that identifies learners from high school. We bring them into universities and all the way into our operation, driven by the need for specialized skills in water. So I think the long and short of it is we assist in terms of the WASH driven that is linked to the need by our municipalities through the process of application, and then we mobilize funds from corporate social investment point of view to assist those municipalities. So in essence, that is our approach in terms of corporate social investment with respect to the assistance that we provide our municipalities through our CSI vehicle Renota Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, uMngeni. uMngeni, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, as uMngeni uthukela water, if I may start with the issue of Kwaqimba package plant energizing. We had made an application to Eskom a long time ago when we started with the project. Eskom has just started with the energizing the system in Gwaqimba, but there's been a community pushback to Eskom, where they are refusing Eskom access to come and lay up their infrastructure there. So, Chair, we are hoping that whatever challenges the communities may have with the Eskom, they will be sorted so that we can then start to benefit from having this package plan connected to the grid. Regarding the uMsunduzi River Health Chair, as much as we have the scientific services and our subsidiary uMsensi doing some of the water resources management, that function remains a function of the catchment management agency. We only assist where we are given a directive by the department to then intervene. So at the moment, Chair, although this uMsunduzi River affects the quality, the raw water quality in some of our plants that we are receiving, we don't have much control on what can be done because we don't have that capability to do the compliance monitoring and enforcement. That is now what the Deputy Minister, Dade Setlolo, spoke about, to say the department is responsible for compliance monitoring and enforcement and governance. I think, Chair, those were two questions that were relating to uMngeni together. Thank you.
Thank you, Amatola.
Chair, I'm covered by the comments of the DG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dikebe, that was the responses.
Chairperson, thank you very much for giving me this one more opportunity. Chairperson, thanks to the responses from the boards as well as from the DG, one cannot overemphasize the need indeed for the boards to explore the BFI as a means to further expanding the infrastructure base in as much as that may benefit municipalities or water service authorities. But it is all part and parcel of what Honorable Ramaila referred to, and the DG as well, MTDP, and broadly our national plan of SDGs. With regards to the specific role of the board, we do understand it is the primary responsibility, Chair, of the CMA in question to ensure that the health of the river in question is intact. But I think, and let me agree with Honorable Reddy here, we need to look at this from an integrated vantage point, see it as a system. And here I'm invoking the concept that was solidified in 2019, the district development model, to say even though it is the responsibility of a particular CMA in terms of river health, anything and everything possible must be done across the board to ensure that all organs or entities of the state do cooperate and collaborate to ensure that the quality of life and the well-being of our people, as indeed pronounced in Chapter 3 of the Constitution, that the well-being of the citizen is not compromised. So that would be my plea. And it is something that I think the department needs to look at quite actively. Yes, one understands that there are very competent boards with chairs and the rest of the other members and the CEs being accountable to the boards, etc. But that is something I think that we need to do, because more often than not, Chairperson, we will have, say, this trillion rand announced, etc., but the uptake thereof can be very disappointing. So let us consciously, actively, deliberately, consciously, deliberately pursue that path, so that we, as I say, enhance the quality of life of our people. So, Chairperson, those would be my parting comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ditebe, for that response of yours. Honorable Reddy?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think let me phrase this in a way that that can be a question to all the boards. Firstly, the state of municipalities that are the board's customers is very important, because it forms part of the value chain. If municipalities are unable to pay for bulk water, then you're going to sit with all these massive billions of rands that are outstanding. So I want to suggest that the way forward in these annual reports must also include the state of the municipalities in terms of their financial state, their performance in terms of payment for water, where they're sitting, how much they're owing, and what is the ability of actually getting money from them. We don't want a case where this is like taking water out of a stone, where the municipality is unable to pay for water at all, and then we put it into our books. It just becomes a book entry. So to avoid that, I would suggest that in future, when entities are reporting, that they should also include the financial state of the municipalities that fall within their jurisdiction. The second question, I must say, I'm extremely impressed with Rand Water's extension of services to the continent, now going into Madagascar and others. I think it's an excellent idea, and I'm sure they will invite the committee to go to Madagascar and have a look at the great work they're doing. I know Mr. Masai will do that. But I just want to caution that we must make sure that when we're dealing with international countries, we must have the agreements tightened before we even put a foot there. We do not want a repeat of what has happened in Lesotho. And I think to avoid that occurrence, it'll be best that we tighten up the agreements even before we can start going in there and putting spade to soil. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson. I suspect that the respective water boards will be able to respond for themselves in as far as Honorable Reddy's questions are concerned. I do also just want to indicate, Chairperson, that what becomes a frustration often is that some of the interventions that really must take place in respect of municipalities cannot be done by the Department of Water and Sanitation. I think we often mention COCTA here. Honorable Moore earlier indicated that some of the work has to be done by COCTA. And I think once honorable members are cognizant of that fact, it does allow us as a department also to get, I want to use the word sympathy from honorable members, perhaps a lack of a better word, Chairperson, so that we also do not inundate ourselves with, with roles that we are unable to achieve, particularly in respect of the Constitution. If we can then allow, Chairperson, through you, that Rand Water, uMngeni Thukela, and Amatola to then respond as they wish to Honorable Reddy. Thank you so much, Chair.
Through you, Chair. If it's my turn, apologies. No, thank you, Honorable Reddy, for your words of encouragement and support. I certainly fully agree that the issues of contracts as we go out, they must be penned out in such a way that we protect ourselves going forward. So I think that's the only input that I have. Thank you so much, sir.
uMngeni Thukela. Kabazel.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, as uMngeni Thukela Water, we don't have a capability to determine the financial health of municipality. What we only do is to look at the water services development plan, and then plan with them accordingly. And then we sign the offtake agreement, and then once the bulk supply is ready, we then sign the bulk supply agreement with the municipality, which then determines the quotas that we are going to supply as a water board to the municipality. Beyond that, we don't have any means to then scrutinize the finances when they make application for the water supply. Thank you.
You just continue, C.
Thank you, Chair. On our side, as Amatola Water, we are acknowledging and also appreciating the comment that is coming from the honourable member. We will take into cognizance the issue that we will be including as per the suggestions by the honourable member. In terms of their liabilities and also on what they're owing us, we will also improve on that and also will infect that in our reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Colleagues, is there any further questions?
Chair, I just want to follow up on the question I asked.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You can go continue on already.
Yes, I hear what members are saying, that this is a COCTA responsibility, but COCTA doesn't pay the boards for water that's being used by municipality for the bulk water. So when I speak of the financial state of these municipalities, I think what the board should do is give us an account of what municipalities are owing, what attempts they are making to recover that money, and the health of that municipality. That's what we're asking for. And I think it's something we haven't done before, but it's important that we need to see the whole value chain, which includes the Department of Water and Sanitation, the water boards, as well as the board's customers. If we look at it in that way, I think we would not end up in a situation where we get billions owed to the water board. Then we'll also start taking things like non-revenue water, aging infrastructure. It now becomes a responsibility of the boards, because if those challenges are addressed, we can rest assured. I mean, I heard something from one of the boards, very encouraging, how they're going about dealing with aging infrastructure and water losses as well. So it then says that you don't adopt an approach that says, it's not my problem, it's not my baby. It then becomes a case where we are all part of one system and we're working together to bring water to our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Is there any response, Deputy Minister?
DG?
No need for response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, if that is the last question, thank you very much for the deliberation today. Thank you for the presentations by the three water boards. Thank you, Deputy Minister, DG, for your responses. And now I then declare this meeting as concluded, and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you,
And goodbye.
Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.